Well, hello to all our pool fans joining us from around the globe. Welcome to the last day of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. And you join us today in the beautiful city of Tallinn for our team event. And the match we are bringing you on our live stream today is the match between Team Portugal and Team Germany. 3 matches being played simultaneously, 8, 9 and 10. And we are bringing you on our live stream table today the 10-ball clash between Portugal's Miguel Silva and Germany's Stefan Casper. And joining me in the box today, my dear friend and colleague, Joris van Amersfoort. We have as a clanger today, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good morning, everybody in the whole world, and especially, most probably, in Europe. Yes, welcome at this quarterfinal match. We will finish the European Pool Championships today, meaning today we will immediately play the semi-finals and the final straight after this quarterfinal match. And that is not the start that Stefan Casper wanted in his first rack. Cue ball got kicked in the side. And yes, a nice opening for Miguel. And so get in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sure. I was just about to say, you know, first game of the day. That's not exactly what you want to be waking up to if you were Stefan Casper. But I can tell you something, Joris. We have seen Stefan absolutely dominating here at these tournaments, making 2 finals and winning 1. So I'll bring you more of that in a minute as we have a little look at Miguel.
Yes, Miguel is a very well set name and established name in the pool scene. He's from 1978, meaning that he is, I think, 26. Next month he will turn 27. And I do think that Portuguese men age very nicely.
That's a very good spot.
I'm even older than Miguel is, but yeah, kind of jealous. But that also means that he is in the age that he is able to play in the senior championships. And I tell you what, last year, 2024, at the Billiard European Championship Seniors, he got European champion in 8-ball and 9-ball.
Wow. Okay, so certainly one to watch, and he will not be daunted by the prospect of facing Stefan. And just to bring our viewers up to speed, as we've had a few different disciplines being played out over the last few days. On this table it's 10-ball today, and we have alternate break, and added complexity to that will be a break box that you are not able to break from within, and that will be in the kitchen. We should be able to see that a little bit more as the game develops. And these guys are on the shot clock, Joris, so they will not be hanging around today.
No, it does look that Miguel is playing with a nice pace. I do know that Stefan is a more conservative player, as we are used to see from German pool players. So if there's going to be a shot clock issue, I would expect it to be more for Stefan than for Miguel.
No, yeah, good point. And I will add to that, and as I alluded to earlier, Joris, with Stefan going deep in so many of our disciplines this week, he's had a lot of table time, so he's used to the cameras, he's used to the lights, he's used to the movement around and close to the table. So I do know that Miguel has had a little bit, but certainly not as much as Stefan, so that may come into play a little bit.
Well, some early mistake there.
And that was probably the easiest one of his run there, Joris. That was a bit of an unusual miss by all accounts.
It was definitely a loss of focus there. Probably was listening to your voice and thought, yes, I see some movement around the table. Oh, that's distracting me. So, yeah, it's absolutely an enforced error. It was a very easy shot. And by the looks of it, it was a full loss of focus there. Because he didn't have to do anything with cue ball either.
No, not really. And he will not be happy with letting Stefan back at the table here.
But Stefan was close in punishing the mistake, but just missed out on it.
Yeah, he did indeed. And just to give you a quick overview of the other two matches being played in this team event between Team Portugal and Team Germany, we have the 8-ball between Pedro Pereira, and he's taking on a very informed Luca Men. And on the second table we have Joao Grillo against Felix Vogel, and I have had the pleasure of commentating on a few of Joao's matches, and he is playing very well. So Portugal are going to give Germany a run for their money today, and Miguel looking to start that off in style.
Shooting a 9. Missed it. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, well, it still should be a sellout for Miguel, because this is a way more easy shot than the shot before that Stefan had. So yes, I do feel that Germany is the favorite in this team event clash between Portugal and Germany. But I do know that in the many times I've seen Portugal play as a team, I always think they are the underdog, and in many cases they came out as a winner. So as a team player, they are very strong, and I do also feel that all three of them, so Pedro Pereira, Joao Grillo and Miguel Silva, are very capable of beating everybody on the field. Also meaning that if one is playing a little bit less, then the other two players can... How do you say that, Kevin?
They will...
Can cup them?
Yeah, prop them up, I guess, would be the best way to put it. But
right.
Yeah, I agree. And also, they have such a good easygoing vibe between them. They have a really nice relationship, and it's been lovely. In fact, to say that all the teams here have a good relationship with each other, and the team event's been really fun for me, and watching them all having a little bit of banter and smiling and joking around the table just goes to show that these guys, as much as they take this seriously, they do enjoy it too.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I do feel like sometimes it's a lack of a team effort in the pool sports, because it's such an individual sport, while a lot of these guys love to play in teams. And out of the local competition, there aren't many team tournaments around the world that you can attend in.
No, exactly. And well, we've been gifted with all disciplines this week, with straight, 8, 9, 10, and the team event as well, combining a mixture of them all. And I've really enjoyed it. It's been a lot of pool. Everyone's had a little bit of fill of what they like, and I think a lot of people have been able to get a little view of a couple of other disciplines that maybe doesn't get necessarily the same amount of attention, and thank you to Predator for doing that. I certainly know we had a lot of interaction in the chat room when we were showing the straight games. It's certainly on the tips of everyone's tongue out there. Sorry, Joris.
Never mind. First of all, this quite difficult 2-ball. we've seen Stefan making them a lot in the former matches, but this is the second miss in the match already. I was able to comment at the finals of the 8-ball division, the European 8-ball, which Stefan Casper eventually won and got the title. In that whole match he only missed one ball, so some wake-up calls for Stefan here.
Yeah, he's not going to get it his own way, but it looks like they're exchanging a couple of loose shots. And maybe first match of the day, just looking to completely wake up.
Yeah, it's 9:12 local in Estonia, so waking up surely is one of the extra components in this match.
Absolutely, and well, I can tell you something. Silva won't be wanting to give Stefan too much of the, too many rather, of these opportunities, because as we have seen and as you have alluded to, he will certainly take them. So it will be interesting to see with this alternate break format how the shape of this game develops. But yes, I have to agree. I think on paper that you would have the Germans down as slight, rather as favourites, slight favourites, and it would be interesting to see if it goes to form, because as we've been seeing, there's been a couple of upsets now and again.
Yeah, if you take a look at all the 4 quarterfinal matches, then there are favorites in all 4 matches. Poland is up to Norway, where Poland is playing with Wojciech Szczesnik, world champion, Konrad Juchicin, European champion, and Daniel Maciol, so that's a very strong team. The third quarterfinal is between Slovakia and Austria, and in Austria you have Maximilian Lechner, Mario He, and Albin Ushan, so they are pretty much favorite for the title. And in the fourth quarterfinal you have Team Ukraine versus Team Spain, where Team Spain should also be the favorite. So interesting to see if everybody can fulfill their favorite rule.
Yeah, indeed, Joris.
There might be some early surprises.
Ooh, Joris. Now, I didn't expect that one. Is that a little sign of complacency? I'm not sure.
I counted as a miss number 3.
Yeah. Quite unusual.
And it's really time now for Silva, Miguel Silva, to start punishing one of these mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's going to be getting a mistake from Stefan each rack, then I really fancy Silva to start turning the score back onto him, but this is not an easy 9. He's played it well.
In. And also with quite some decent pace. He overrun a little bit there. This still cuts back in. I feel like if you play with no sides, just stop. Go from the left side to the right side. Yes, well done. Indeed,
we have it.
The corner pocket with the ball. Do
Well,
we have it, Gethin?
Yeah, one apiece, and I kind of like what you were saying earlier about there being slight favourites in each match, and I mean, if you were a Polish supporter or an Austrian supporter, you would be picking exactly them. They're dream teams, and all players in the team events have been doing very well in the singles disciplines. I think this could have a few twists and turns still yet in it, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it fares through. One player of particular who I've still yet to see in the German team play on the TV table is Felix Vogel, and someone who I know and had down as doing well in this tournament. I haven't been following him exactly, but he's going to be up against Joe Griot in the 9-ball. I don't think I can pick. I don't think I can pick one, Joris, yet. Not yet.
Well, leave it that way. Enjoy the uncertainty. Felix Vogel just made a 2-1 lead. Also, Luca Men is 2-0 up. And here the score is even at 1-1. And Stefan has a decent combination shot on the 1-8. So the 8 is lying there in the corner. You might have missed it, but it's really there. So I have to start with this 1-8 combination. Well done. Now cut back the cue ball from the 1 in the corner. And the question is, does the 2-ball have enough space to make it in the corner? What do you think, Catherine?
Well, I was just taking a little look from the overhead and I couldn't get my head any closer to my screen. That is tight. He's played it as if he can, so he might need the ref over to have a little look at this one though, because as you can see from the overhead, that's a tight one, Joris.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would have called the ref, even if I was the player myself, just to take any doubt away for a discussion. If you feel like it's going to be a very clear hit and the 10 is not going to move, like that,
very good.
Then you don't need a referee. So it was very clear, it was able to pass.
Well, Stefan will be happier with that break. And as we alluded to, Joris, with the alternate break format, it is imperative that you hold your own. And he's just got to do a little bit of work to get the cue ball down for the 7. Punched it into the long rail and across to the other long rail. He's played that very well.
Yeah, he might slow roll this in to shoot the 9-ball in the top left. So a stop shot required for a nice position on the 10.
And while we look at Stefan take on this 9-ball, I just wanted to add that we will be having the 9-ball finals as well later today. So we have another full day of pool to bring to you, and I do like a few finals, Joris.
Yes, absolutely. And we have had quite some finals already this European Championships.
Yeah.
Of course we have the 4 single disciplines, we have this team, but we also have, besides the men, we have the women, we have the under and 23, and we have the wheelchair. So they all bring finals, and that's just amazing that besides finals we also have so many winners in these European Championships.
Absolutely, and as you can see down at the bottom of the screen there, you can see the other match happening on our TV table there between Joe Grillo of Portugal and Felix Vogel of Germany, and 28 tables here at the Kalevi Hall. It is still looking beautiful, and the tables, these Predator Arc tables, are still looking and playing as good as they were day one, and that could be a dry break, Joris. And there was a lot of balls flying there.
Yeah, so a 1-8 combination to start off again. Didn't want
Ooh.
Iwan ball to drop there. That's some bad news for Stefan.
That 2-ball couldn't be in a worse position either. I'm just wondering if he can come off the short rail down by the 9 with some side and catch the second rail, but jeepers.
There are no more options. Indeed, he called it 6 in the corner. So I was saying, these kind of shots are also food for a highlight show reel shot. Let's see.
Oh,
just missed it.
Yes, if he was purely playing it that way so he could tee up the highlight reel shot, then full kudos to him, but I doubt that's what he wanted. And ball in hand for Silva is exactly what he wanted, so yeah, there's a little tricky 4-7-5 cluster up there. I mean, I'm sure our viewers at home would be saying, wow, the 4-7 combo is the shot to play for. And you'd probably be right, but it doesn't look as straightforward as it looks from here on the screen.
Well, there's some benefit here. You can make the 4-7 combination. The 4 will run into the 5. And if you put some draw on the cue ball, the 4 ball will run off the 5 towards that corner pocket. Probably leaving a good position for shooting the 4 again. So let's see if easy, gentle draw on a 7 should be fine. Perfect, just like that.
Are you receiving this feed a few seconds before me, because you're calling the shots great, Joris?
All luck. The more I practice, the luckier I get. That's what Efren would say.
A great Efren quote. Now, using the rest, just needs to be a little bit cautious here. But I do fancy his chances, and this is exactly what Miguel needed to just keep this in form Stefan Casper from running away with it. He's just run on a little bit too much there, Joris. He's going to have to now move this cue ball.
Yeah, but these tables are not new anymore. They are like about 2 weeks old now. That also means that they have grabbed quite some nice on the rails with the spin. So he could just play this one rail back down.
Yeah, nicely done.
I personally like the tables as they are right now. Would be the most perfect tables to play on. The very slippery and smooth play of a brand new cloth is gone. It's now grabbing quite some spin, some draw, and that makes it play more natural, more like a club table that we all play on during practice.
Yeah, they're very nice when they're grabbing the spin that little bit more. You get to see a few more flamboyant shots, but Silva, no flamboyancy needed here. Miguel Silva has brought this back to 2-2 in our race to 8. It's the 10-ball discipline of the men's team event, Germany against Portugal. And we're having a look around the stadium, Joris. All games underway.
Yes, absolutely. And all the stars are shining and watching along. And they see that Luca Men is 4-1 up against Petro Perguera. And Felix Vogel is still on a 2-1 lead. Looks like this 7 is the key ball in that 4th frame. So it's a
I do have a little bit of excitement for you, Joris. With form, Team Austria seems to be doing very well, with Mac Lechner being 5-1 up, Mario Hay 4-1 up, and Albin 3-1 up. But over on the Polish-Norway match, it looks like Norway are leading in 2 of them games. So they are putting Poland to the test.
Absolutely, and the one that Poland is up front, it's a match between Daniel Maciel and Emil-André Kangfleut. And Emil-André is very capable to make it a lot tougher for Daniel Maciel, so that's an interesting match to watch and to follow.
Absolutely, and I remember having the pleasure of meeting Daniel Maciel in one of our recent events in Belgium. And he is a very cool customer and a tough cookie, and I know that a few of us in the box had him picked for rewards from this tournament. I don't think he's necessarily delivered in the way he wanted to, but I know he's always going deep in each discipline, so he's not going to be a pushover, but great early signs for the Norwegian team. So let's see how that plays out. And it looks like Stefan has given a very, well, I would say rather easy 1 ball, but there's still work to do.
I won't call that shot really played easy. This is full ball 5 on this 1 ball. But he needs to draw this. Now the tables are playing very nicely, so it's quite easy to put some draw on it. Need some luck.
Oh, wow.
Actually quite good.
On dia, that was a hell of a shot. Yeah, he's coming up for the 4. That 8 ball looks quite big from this angle.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Cameraman.
So he has to draw this around, just miss the 10, going towards the 5, and as you clearly can see, he has to miss the 5.
Yeah, he's just taking his extension there. This is fraught with danger.
Don't want to run on the 5. He missed it. Perfect.
Never in doubt. So, I would say this is a great opportunity, Joris, for Silva to get his neck out in the lead, which is exactly what he wants. However,
yeah, I was waiting for you to finish, but indeed this was not easy position. From that 4 to the 5, you're completely crossing the line, because the line is actually between like the 9 to 5. You should make a song about that, by the way. But the 9 to 5 line, and he's a little short, so I have to play this with inside English. Going to the short side of the 6.
yeah,
Played it very nicely, but this is still a tough shot.
I think this was the best he could ask for from that last ball. So this is not a gimme up the long rail, but you'd fancy him.
Made it.
Yes, they're never givvies up the long rail when you're coming past the centre pocket, but he made that look rather easy. And all looking rather straightforward from here, so did the hard work with a great opening 1 ball and a tricky cut on the 2. And these are good signs, looking like both these players are starting to bed in now. Ooh. I think he just wanted to be a bit higher on this 9.
Perfectly played. And an easy 10 for the first time in this match for Miguel to find a lead.
It's going to be a corker. I've got this feeling, Joris. And first match of the day on our TV table here. This is lining up to be a good one, and I do like with the alternate break, Joris. It does give us a chance for the momentum to swing a little bit more. But yeah, Silva will be very happy getting himself out into a one rack lead, and we're just looking at the other TV table being played on right now, and that's between Felix Vogel of Germany and João Grillo of Portugal. And it still looks like Felix is holding a 3-1 rack lead there. However, as you see, he's setting his chair, so it looks like Grillo is hoping to put a stop to any march on that table. And just to give you a little update on the other table of this team match between Luca Men and Pedro Pereira, that looks a close affair. Luca is currently 4-3 up, but another tight match. So this team event between Team Portugal and Team Germany has still got a lot of pool left in it.
Yeah, and at the moment Stefan Casper has taken a timeout, meaning we will talk you through a little bit more what we see. And it's Felix Vogel back at the table here because of a scratch by João Grillo.
And one thing you alluded to earlier, Joris, was the wheelchair and the under-23 discipline. I want to say to you how impressed I have been with both them disciplines, not just the way that it's been run, but by the quality of the players that's within there. And if these are the new generations of pool players coming through, I think, Joris, you and I should stick to commentating.
Yeah, I am also attending in the seniors division, so I'm way too far old to have any plans in getting a career back there. But indeed, if you take a look at the level at the under 23, there are so many people, no longer kids, of course, but they can play.
Absolutely.
And we also have some guys under the 23 that could have played there too, but choose to play here in the men. For example, this Felix Vogel, not quite sure what his age is.
No, that's a good question. I'm not too sure how old Felix is now, but I know when I first saw him playing, I don't think he could really see over the top of the table, and he was still knocking them in for fun. So, yeah.
No, I do know Felix is he's 17 years old now.
Still only 17. What a pool world he has ahead of him. Wow.
Yeah, and last year he won the Saudi Junior Championship in Saudi Arabia when he was just 16 years old. That was June 2024.
Well, it looks like...
Didn't he win the Stella Artois Open? You were there, weren't you?
That's a really good question. Not this one in February, March, but the year before I was. Just trying to think back now, because I did watch
I
up
think
until...
he won the Stella Artois Open also.
That's no easy feat either. So, riding high.
No, but Yeah, but Felix also took a timeout. Actually, both players looks like took a timeout. But Felix is most definitely capable in joining the under 23 tournament. But I think he chose to stay at the men's division to focus on this. But that just shows how big of the quality is in Europe for the youth.
Yeah, it's really good. Good facilities, and I've mentioned a few times in other matches, when I do attend these tournaments in person, I am so impressed with the youth players, the mentality and their attitude around the game. They're the first ones in the pool hall, they're the first ones doing their drills, and really setting an example for the rest of us, to be honest. So paying dividends for them, and paying dividends for European pool.
Yeah, and I have to mention, as a Dutchman, we do have two former youth world champion, Mika van Berkel and Yannick Pongers, both became world champion youth. So, and they are not here, so there are so many young players who are knocking on the door at the professional scene. But Mr. European Championship Seniors Miguel Silva is back at the table, because Stefan is also back.
Oh.
So the break of his hair by Miguel Silva, but it's a dry break. And fortunately for Miguel, there's no sign on the one ball.
No, there isn't.
Push out.
It looked like 3 balls nearly dropped there for Miguel, and none of them were looking to play. And he has fallen out of this, kind of in a nice spot, but Stefan could push out here if he elected to.
Probably push out to another jump shot. So it'll be the jump over the 10. I'd like to give this back.
I have to agree, Joris. However, Miguel may have other ideas. And
if you take the cut shot, if you can see an edge of the one ball, you can cut it next to the 9. But you want to travel all the way back with the cue ball. There's a scratch. I personally don't like the shot. Let's see how Miguel is playing it. There's danger. Yeah, I don't like this approach. It was very difficult to run the one ball in full contact on the 9 and leaves yourself a snooker. I think that was the up to go for.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was going to try and hit the 9 thicker with the 1 and use it as a blocker, so then the 2 would come into play, but he didn't catch well, and put him back in a tricky position. He's looking at the one rail escape. It looks tight from here.
Rail first. Found distance and found cover. So a jump shot over the 8 ball is required. There's not a real kick shot available, so he called the free ball. Do you see how Stefan, as a German, made the sign with his hand with the free? With the thumb, the pointer finger. That's, if you watch Inglorious Bastards, then this is all about that sign.
Oh, the 10's dropped, but
look, the 9,
yeah.
So Miguel will certainly give back the turn to Stefan.
Indeed, in our 10-ball discipline, it's call shot, and if you unfortunately pot a ball that you haven't called the opponent has the chance to give you the shot back. Oh, it was a good jump, Joris. How's he coming out of this one?
Now will Miguel make the sign also, like free ball, or is he just going to say tres?
Well, you'd think he would go for a combination here.
Yeah, but that four ball is quite annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not for this shot, but of course the next shot.
Here the
Will we
referee.
slow roll this?
Oh, he's done well.
Oh, that's nice. You can see it? I think so.
Yeah, I don't think there was many other ways to play it without bringing traffic or pushing the one into a tricky spot, so he's done well. He's got to pull the cue ball out of this area where the one is and get back for the two, so around the 6.
Just find yourself a spot in between the 5 and the 7 area to have a sight on that 4 ball. That should be enough. I wouldn't mind any distance on the 4.
No, not at all. And from that cannon, or rather combination he played, Joris, he's really opened this opportunity up, and without maybe the key shot being positioned on this 5 now, I think he feels that he would be in a good position to close this out. And against an informed Stefan, 4-2 with alternate break is a nice position for him to find himself in. So I think this was the
Absolutely
shot.
agree. Yeah, I like it. You could take this on to the side pocket and run with the cue ball into that 10 as a blocker.
That's what he's tried to
So
do,
he did.
Joris.
Yeah. Hit it a little bit full or the wrong side of the 10, therefore the cue ball is rolling towards that corner side pocket. But still has a decent shot now on the 6 ball. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball. Could play over for 1 will to shoot the 7 in the same corner or up and down. Some personal preferences. Most important is you do not want to give any side because you're aiming pretty high on the cue ball. Now, sometimes the side pocket can really help you cueing, but in this case it looks like he's more some kind of hampered by that side pocket.
No, and the bridge will be in a bit of an unusual place as well, so this is no gimme, Joris. Let me tell you that.
No. Well played. Went up and down.
Yeah,
Made it
and
nicely.
he also had the referee call of time in his stroke as well, and that can always be a little bit off-putting, especially if it comes at the right point of your backswing, but it appears Silva
He's going
was able
to
to...
end up He's going to end up close to the side pocket here. Took that out of the equation to avoid that side pocket, but therefore left him some pretty angle on this 8 ball. Now he has to go up and down. Sorry to interrupt, Katin.
No, not at all, and it was a good call. It was very close to that side pocket.
Well played.
Very nice.
Nice shot there.
I just had a look at the camera angle of Miguel Silva while he puts this ball in to take a 2-rack lead, and I just had a little flashback of our dear colleague Arya. He's got a similar hairstyle, you know.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Arya Sogabi will be in the booth later on today. I have the pleasure of doing my last commentary of this event together with Arya. In the meantime, yes, go ahead.
I've just noticed we already have a result in on one of our team tables for one of the individual matches, and as you may have guessed from my slip there, it's Mad Max Lechner has already taken his match 8-2 against Team Slovakia, and so Austria already have 1 point on the board, and it's looking quite straightforward for them. Mario Hayes 6-1 up, and Albin Ushan 4-1 up against Yaroslav Polak. So the Austrians have decided they are not hanging around this morning, Joris.
No, they're cruising their way to the semi-finals. Also, Poland is now a little bit better in the seed. Daniel Maciol is leading 7-0 against Emil André Canfleut. And Konrad Jutjicin is leading 6-3 against Michael Ugart. So they are doing a nice job.
Yeah, and these quarterfinals are warming up nicely, Joris.
Yes, yes. So I feel like the most interesting part is here in this match between Portugal and Germany.
Yeah, he's come. I think he wanted a bit of an angle on this 5, and he's come straight, and he slapped his thigh. I think he's a little bit disappointed with that. However, I think he should be okay here. He doesn't he may have to take a longer shot on the 6 than he'd hoped, but
to be honest, I feel like there's nothing wrong. You just need to work a little bit harder in this draw shot, but he should be fine. And if he falls straight again, it's okay. Just roll a little bit forward. As you can see, straight, just a little bit forward, shoot the 7 in the top left. That 7 ball is quite some distance from the rail, so I don't see any challenge or issue. Just rely on the putting abilities that you have. You are the current European champion 8 ball, so don't need to work on this 7. The 8 is hanging there.
yeah, and the 8's in a lovely spot just to flick the cue ball around 2 rails and just let the cue ball do the work up towards the 9. So this is a very good looking response from Stefan here, while Silva was just sneaking away with it. 4-2 on this race to 8. Stefan looking to snuff out any runaways from Silva.
Drawing it back 2 rails out. Just over the side pocket.
Yes, and this is the performances we've been seeing from Stefan. When he starts getting into the balls and into a rhythm, he's a very formidable player. And this is where we may see, Joris, the alternate break coming into good effect, stopping a real overflow of a run. So as we just look down at
sometimes you have a match that you can really see the momentum at one person, but in this match I can't really say the momentum is for Stefan or Miguel, so it has all the ingredients to go into a hill match.
And we like them, Joris. It would be interesting to see if and how deep these matches do go and how pivotal they are in the scheme of their respective teams' results. So it does start to get interesting towards the business end of the frame rack, and more importantly, as you can see your teammates and matches going on around you at the same time, there can always be a few added complexities of pressure. So we'll try to keep you on top of that as all the matches develop. And a good break from Silva, but he's got nothing on this one apart from maybe a couple of safety opportunities, but they look very delicate. Joris, what are you thinking when you look at all them balls stuck up on the top rail there? Clearly. Oh, and that was my fear, playing shot so delicately. He may have left this one passing the 9 or a 1-8 combo. It wasn't completely obvious from the overhead angle, but yeah, I think that was a bad mistake from Miguel there. Can Stefan capitalize? Well, that's the good opening gambit. He needs to get a good angle on this 4, which looks to pass the 5. Stefan had a closer look at it, so very nice.
Well, he squeezed that one through it.
And he's left himself perfect on this 5, just for a very delicate shot to leave him shape on the 6.
Gotta stop rolling. Gotta stop rolling. It didn't. My gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
You can see the look on Stefan's face there. There was no need to come down that far with the cue ball, and a big lapse of judgment. He's got to shake it off.
Like a Polaroid picture. Called it in a corner pocket, 1 real kick shot on the 6 ball.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a 1 cushion. Oh,
On the wrong side.
well, he didn't call it, but he did pot it. And in not putting it in the correct pocket, he's given the opportunity back to Miguel, and Miguel is not going to turn this down. So, a little twist from an unforced error. And
So a cut shot
would love
on the 7.
to regain his 2-rack lead here.
Long roll, and got a position above the 10. Perfect. Now got a little bit more of an angle on this 8 ball, and therefore he will not be able to get above the 9. So I expect him to play the cue ball to the short side. Shoot the 9 in the top right corner. Hold on, hold on. He overpaced it. Ooh, that wasn't the best shot either. Such a big margin to land on this 9, but he overrun for quite a bit there. So he's taking on the bank shot and will probably draw it straight back. And I feel like it's full in the face combination on the 9. He doesn't need to make any adjustments, no side if you hit it full face with quite some pace. Looks like straight on. And if we can draw it straight back. He's opening the pocket a little bit. Ah, he didn't fancy the bank. That was quite interesting that he declined that bank shot.
Played
yeah, he did.
Containing safety, which by all accounts is not leaving
You
anything
fancy the bank here?
However,
do you fancy the bank here, Captain?
Looks like Mr. Casper has called the bank shot in this bottom left pocket. And the 9 is on its way. What a shot! Stefan Casper of Germany just absolutely played a shot that Miguel did not expect to see coming. However, he did leave that opportunity, and Stefan Casper brings this back to 4 apiece. And if we didn't think we had a game before, we certainly have a game now. And as much as Stefan doesn't look completely comfortable with his performance in that rack, he's going to be happy coming out of that at 4-4. As we look out
Can you help
over
me again,
the Kalevi Hall with our 28 tables. You can't see them all there, but yes, our team events are well underway, and they will continue through today on our last day. And we will
So,
also
Kevin, you're
be
there?
having the 9-ball finals later on today too. So lots of action still to bring to you. And it just looks like our guys have taken a break, and that might be a good opportunity for us in the booth to take a comfort break too. We'll be back with you in a moment.
So, you might have heard we have some technical issues. We are currently working on that. And if we are actually in the production team, we'll do an amazing job with the whole event on. In the meantime, I will talk you through, and you are watching. Well, we are in a timeout at our own match. We watch the between Felix Vogel and El Kilo. That's Virgil playing safe. Looks like he did find the cover, but that ball is very close to the bottom pocket. And the score at Felix Virgil and Joe Kilo is the same as ours. It's 4-all. And we have the counter. And Kamui Brand it won 9-3 against Mikael Øygaard, meaning Norway is out of the team and Poland moved on towards the semi-finals. Team Austria is doing well. Maximilian Lettner has already won his match. Mario he is 6-4 up and Albert is 5-2 up. So their way too. And the fourth match between Ukraine and Spain. And it's pretty tight. One has 6-6 and the other two are 6-3, switching between Spain. So everything to play for there. And in the meantime, on this stream, the Stefan Casper is breaking off the 9th rack. And look at that, the disappointment on the face of Stefan. Can't believe what's happening. Had a perfect break, had it full in the face, but not a ball went down. Catherine?
No, he had a little bit of bad fortune, or rather unforced errors in the last rack as well, and a lot of hands on head time for him, and yeah, you just feel that yeah, it's not necessarily going his way. However, that's where you start to really see the professionalism of the players and how they deal with that. You can't have everything your way. I'm sure they would love that to be the case, and you may think from the results Stefan Casper has been getting that he has been getting everything his way, but that's certainly not the case. And I'm very impressed with Miguel Silva here, how not only has he held in, but how he's held his composure. And if he can take any advantage of Stefan's frustrations, then we could see Miguel regaining his lead here. So yep.
Don't want to fall straight on the 5. Looks like he found that small gap close to the end rail. Still able to get the cue ball out of the rail after contact with the 5.
Yeah, the faintest of angles for him. If that was straight, he was going to be in a trouble, man. So.
Yeah, that wouldn't be leaving in a nice shot, but that little angle should really help him forcing the cue ball out of it. Top spin, tip of right side. There you go.
Yeah, very nice. I just wanted to say, and if you didn't say it when we came back from the break, Joris, we seem to have our first team through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, indeed, I mentioned it. Team Poland is through.
Yeah.
And Team Austria is... Oh, yeah, that's good. Love it. Nice
Very
and
nice.
strong around 3 corners. Yeah, Poland is through. Team Austria is looking good. And Ukraine and Spain is very close. So that could go all the way. And here Team Portugal versus Germany is actually completely close, because Luca Men against Pereira is 6-6. Felix Vogel against João Grillo is 4-4. And here Stefan Casper against Miguel Silva is also 4-4. So all 3 matches are tied up. Well, Mika has played a nice real first shot to find the perfect spot on a 9. So we might be up for 3 hill matches. Would that be a pleasure for you, Kevin, if you're there?
Yeah, I am indeed, and yeah, it would be well, it would be exciting stuff. But I'm trying to think back if I've ever seen a team event where every match has gone to the hill. That would be a first for me.
Yeah, for me too, absolutely.
Yeah. So Felix Vogel on our other table there at all square. It's exciting stuff, and I'm sure the Germans were hoping to have had an easier time of it, but they haven't. And I also wanted to just say how impressed I am with the Ukrainian team, because the Spanish have been having a great tournament so far here in Tallinn, Estonia, and looks like the Ukrainians are going to take that one all the way. So it's not over yet, Joris. Miguel to break.
No, definitely not. And that 2-ball found some gravity. So it's Miguel to continue. He has a shot on the 1, but as you can see, not a clear one. Now the very aggressive way would be banking the 1 back to the 8-ball corner pocket where the 8-ball is lying and open up the cluster with the 6-5. But there's no way that Miguel will go for that shot. So he needs a safety here. Curious to see what he will play for.
Ooh,
Well,
nice.
look at that.
Oh,
Wow.
very nice. That
I did not see that safety.
No, not at all. Not only brave, but the pinpoint position of that cue ball, because if he hadn't, could have been a sellout, Joris.
Absolutely. But they say if it's there and you make it, then you made the right choice. So he apparently, wow, what's going on?
Wow. Now that was one for the highlight reel. Unbelievable.
He
Unbelievable.
smashed that one in. There was quite some frustration there, I think. This needs to roll. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's far enough. Of course, you can take on this cut shot on the 4-ball, but you need to open up the 6 and the 5 immediately in this shot. And, well, it might be on if you have the perfect timing to give it a ton of right side draw on it. You might just get into it.
Ooh.
But the timing needs to be perfect. And if it's not perfect, there's also a scratch in the side pocket, so I'm not quite sure if this will work out for him. No, he didn't fancy to go in, so just made this putt. And now I don't think the bank is on. So he's now forced to play safety.
Would you slide off the right-hand side of it so the 5 stays there, and then you know exactly where you need to be putting your cue ball to block it? I don't know. It's quite a tricky little shot he's got here.
Absolutely. I think he's banking the 5 under the 10. No. He's just putting distance.
Yeah.
Well, again, not happy with this result, and I can understand he was looking to find a position behind the 10, but that was a tricky shot. And this is a chance for Miguel.
He would love to put this one away.
Ooh, was close, but missed it. I tell you what, Kevin, we already have the first hill-hill match in this team event between Portugal and Germany, because Luca Men and Pedro Pereira are 7-all in a race to 8 at 8 ball.
Wow.
So that's the first one.
They're not hanging around, but yeah, that's one to tick off. I'll be interested to see how that one plays out. But Casper will be chuffed to be back to the table here. He's just running that cue ball a little bit around further than he would like, but at least he's not looking as frustrated, so...
Yeah, because everything is still okay, you know, and this is again some kind of a walk in the park, as it should be for him.
Yeah, exactly. If he can bring the cue ball over to the right side of the table here and leave relatively straight on this 9. Or exactly straight, and he will be... He's got a little bit of a hill feeling about it as well. I'm sure both these players will not be wanting that. I'm sure they'll both be looking to close it out as soon as they possibly can. However, for our fans at home, this is exactly what we need, Joris. I love a little bit of this, back and forward.
Casper choose to cheat the pocket a little bit, to get the cue ball a little bit off the drill. Makes it a ton easier to shoot this 10 in the corner. And there it is, 5-all.
5 apiece, and you mentioned it was hill-hill on the other table, Joris. Let's just
yeah,
have
you can see that one
look.
in the back. Yeah, you can see that Germany is at the table. Luca Men is now taking a shot, pocketing, and he is in position on running the table. So good signs here for Luca and Team Germany, because they have the chance to win this match, the 8-ball match, and get the first match on the score, first point on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our other Portuguese player against Felix Vogel there, and he seems to be in form. Grillo, we've seen him going deep in one of the tournaments this week. Been very impressed, not just with him, but with all the Portuguese contingency, both male and female. Really, really good. And Stefan, coming off the back of getting it to 5-5, has made a pretty nice break here. I'm not too sure how he's looking on that too, though, Joris.
Well, do know that it does fit between the 7 and the 4, but it's a very narrow entrance, and the free ball does not pass the 7, so this will not be a shot to take on. And in the top you can see shaking hands from Luca Men with Pedro Pereira, and Luca has won his match. So 1 point in this team event for Team Germany.
Could prove to be a very valuable point, judging by the other scores that are happening right now. Could be pivotal.
Yeah, because João Grillo is 6-4 up against Felix Vogel. So if João Grillo wins that match, it's all coming down to this match, which is now even at 5-5.
Yeah, I think on reflection, both players have not performed to the level yet that we have seen them playing in some of the earlier disciplines. And you just feel it's gonna take one of them to do something a little bit special and just steal a little march if they're gonna run away with this. This is a good way to start it. Maybe has an edge. Yep, has a big edge. Nice.
Well, that works out fine.
The double kiss, a wry smile, and a little tap from Miguel. And it does leave him with a small edge of this 2, and comboing the 10 here will not give him the win, I'm afraid to say. But I think it's too thin a contact for that. Oh, was it? I spoke too soon.
Yeah, it was there, definitely. But the 8 ball will be, 10 ball will be respotted.
And Miguel.
Now he could take on this bank shot to the bottom left. Cue ball between the 3 and the 7.
I actually don't mind that shot at all, Joris.
Yes, there it is.
Yep. Bit of a two-way shot as well, Joris. If he'd have
Absolutely.
left it in
That's
the
why
jaws.
you take it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately for him, he fell pretty straight on this 3 ball. So I assume he will roll forwards, not backwards, not draw it, but go forward. Leave some distance, so you can have that thin cut on the 4. Therefore you want to be a little bit higher. So does this cut? I feel like it does, but it's a very thin cut. Probably going 3 rails around the 10 and the 8.
Yeah, very difficult to judge the pace of the cue ball when you're cutting the ball so thin, so this has to be a delicate shot.
Yeah, I made it. Running to the 9, which isn't too bad. Actually, the baddest thing that happened is that the 9 is getting close to the position where you want the cue ball traveling to after making the 5 ball. So he has to land with cue ball in between the 9 and the side pocket. Still making the 5, of course. Don't forget that. No, he forgot it.
And he left it, I think, Joris.
Yeah. Now the cue ball has to travel in between the 9 and the 10, so not trying to get over the 9, because then the scratch is very into place. So in between the 9 and the 10, I have to go up and down. No side. Perfect.
Very nice. Cleanly through the gap, and a lovely little angle on this 6. Maybe, in all criticism, a little hampered with the bridge in the 10, but no, not at all. And a good opportunity for Stefan to get back into the lead, which he hasn't been for a little while, and we're really starting to get to the business end of this match now. This could be a good time to start turning it on for Stefan.
Forwards, 3 rails out for the 8. Didn't really get through that 7 ball, so therefore he's a little bit higher on the 8 than he wanted. Now has to make a choice, slow roll this and keep it at the bottom. Play it inside to go around the 9. Both are the options. Don't want to run into the 9. He did, but got away with it.
Joris, you made exactly the right call. I liked and I fancied to come around the 9 there, but a little bit of a flashback to Stefan's earlier performances. One thing I did notice and it can be a good attribute to your game, but also with me it's my downfall. He was not afraid to move balls around that were already in potting position, so he's used to it. He's come out very well there, but that could have gone a different way, Joris. That could have backfired.
Rolling balls is always changing the current setting, and you're not very much of a guaranteed that you will find a nice position on that cue ball, on that object ball. So
just looking, Joris, and it looks like the Portuguese player Grillo has just stolen a couple to go 2 ahead on Felix.
Make it 3 ahead. He's 7-4 up now.
7 now. Thank you very much, Joris.
Cheers.
So that has moved quickly, and that would be a good sign for Portugal.
And bad news for Miguel Silva, because that is a dry break and a perfect position on the 1 ball. And if you can make this one and find a great spot on the 2 ball to the bottom left, then this should be 7-5 and gets Stefan on the hill. I'm talking a little bit forward, but this truly is an amazing opportunity now for Stefan.
Yeah, and once on the hill, you can technically consider 1 foot in the door victory. So
he did not find that ideal spot on the 2. He has the wrong angle on the 2, so we will go with forward. Have to go forward towards the 5, or play safety behind the 9, and he chose the last one. And I don't blame him. I do think that this is a mature choice.
Not only a mature choice, Joris, but that is an awkward position he's left Miguel there. Clearly his intention, but I really cannot see an easy escape. Maybe 2 rails behind the 4-5. Is that what he's looking at there?
Hits them. He's making an intentional fall, I think.
Okay,
and he did that very nicely. If you play it like that, then I feel like this is the best choice, because indeed it was very hard to hit the 2, and not only hitting it, you has to play also safe. So by the looks of it, Stefan will go and try to find a second snooker here, and since he's not opening the 4 and the 5, this looks like he would like to find 3 fouls, because if you wanted to,
I think you're onto something there, Joris. I think you're onto something.
Because if his target was to play 1 more safety and then run the table, he should have done something with the 4 and the 5. Now, to be honest, I don't really like the way he played it, because the 2 ball is all in the open, not only for hitting it, but you need a third snooker also. And when the 2 ball, the object ball, is fully open, it's not very straightforward to put your opponent again in jail. But it's out of the equation already.
No.
Because Miguel Silva made a very nice 2-rail kick shot on the 2.
Not only did he make it, Joris, he hit it hard enough to contact a cushion afterwards as well, which was another concern of mine. But it looks like Casper is going to keep putting Miguel into this position until he can either develop the 4-5 cluster, which Miguel teed up with an intentional foul, or until Miguel pulls off something spectacular from one of these safe positions. And this has got a lot of distance to travel in the air, so wow.
Well done. Now I really am curious because Stefan never attempted to develop something to get a better position in running the rack.
No, and
So
the
do you
8,
think he
Joris,
will
is
take on
just...
this two ball? Yeah, it's blocking the free, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now he might take on this two ball. He did. So I'm not quite sure what his objective is.
I think he was playing for the bank, but I don't see what he was going to do with the 4 after, and I still don't see what he's going to do with the 4 after, Joris. So
no, indeed. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if he did fall shorter on this free for the bank, why would you take that bank on? So again, a safety play.
Oh, this could be
Played it in
nice.
such a way that he's not opening them
Oh.
up. It's a perfect position for safety, but it didn't develop anything. So first of all, Miguel Silva trying to hit the free ball from here. Look at that! Amazing! Wow, nice hit. Well, it's not completely second prize because there is a line available from the free directly towards that 4-5 ball. So Stefan could cut in this 1 ball, just miss the 7 and the 9, go in between directly towards that 4-5. But that's a tough shot too. So I must say it was a very nice kick shot by Miguel.
It was indeed, and you brought it up before, Joris. Stefan had 2, maybe 3 opportunities to play safe and to develop that cluster, so he's shaking his head there, and maybe he's missed a trick there, because he's now he faces this instead of something far easier. So
yeah, I think his objective was to get a little bit further to get a full side of the 4 ball, so he could play a stop shot again there to send the 4 ball 3 rails around. But I think he just gonna see the 4 full. There you can see it, just the edge. Now there is some risk involved in playing safety from this one. He called it free cushion around. I don't think that shot is on because of the 6 ball, but let's see. You see with where it's now ending and how close it was to the 6 ball, that shot wasn't on. Table is full open now.
it is. Is he going to go airborne? He's just having a little chat with the ref.
I think he'll play this rail first, shoot the 4 on the side. If you miss it, you go towards the 6. And the worst thing that could happen is running into the 10, so out call it on the side pocket, right side pocket, and hopefully miss the 10. Let's call it in the corner, right? So I want to dive deep under the 4 ball.
Oh, one
Tons
rail.
of left side English. Yeah, 1 rail, tons of left side English. Wow, that was close.
Very close. And
I tell you
the
what.
9 ball.
Yeah, exactly.
The 9 ball just took the cushion, so it's a legal shot.
Yeah, exactly. Stefan called the bank, and this is not without a risk. Missed it. He's running into the 8. Left a gap. And I tell you what, on the other table, of course, the first match has been won by Luca Menso. Germany is up 1-0. But the other match, the 9-ball event, between Joe Grillo and Felix Vogel, Grillo is on the hill. And that means that it's coming all down to this match. And a great safety there by Miguel.
Now that was a very mature shot. Played it well and gets the full admiration from his opponent. Stefan Casper has called the middle bag on the left hand side from us, so 3 rails behind it. 1, 2, 3 and behind. Ooh. Well, he made good contact with the 4. However, he has not made it, and there is no safe. Good chance for Miguel.
Oh, well, missed that as an unforced error.
He looked a
Saw
bit
some
disgusted.
body movement on that shot.
Correct, Joris. And he also got up quite quick after it, so a little bit of frustration there. Probably felt he should have made that shot.
Yeah, probably felt that this wasn't his best technical approach for a shot. Draw this back to the center of the table should be enough for Stefan. Little bit further. Well, that's center table. Now he can draw this just below the side pocket down there where it's now pointing. This is high. I would prefer to play low, because if you play low you find the right angle on the 7 to draw the cue ball afterwards straight in between the 9 and the 8. So I'll draw this over the side pocket. Made it. Perfect. Gotta stop.
Very good. Ooh, ooh.
Fell a little straight.
Yeah.
Bounced off that long rail pretty hard, so
You could
fell a
just
lot
see
straighter
Stefan.
than he wanted.
You could just see Stefan having a little word. It's like there's been 4 or 5 shots now where he's just not gone where he wanted the cue ball to go. However, he's pulled a big shot here. He's holding his chin. Oh no, Joris. Oh no.
Disaster for Stefan. He knew. He should have known with that lot of side spin, it would always spin above the 9.
And all from finishing straight on the 7. Oh no, this is a tough shot for him here as well. So
Hit it firm, close to the side pocket.
oh, he's got away
And
with it.
second prize.
Oh, you can't write this, Joris. You cannot write this script. Phenomenal. And while we take a little breath in between these shots, I just wanted to let you know that Team Spain have bested Team Ukraine. The Ukrainians having a great performance in that, and just looks like they got pipped 2-1, so that would have been a great match to be watching. However, this one is shaping up to be a little bit better, I'm hoping.
A crude, nice response from Miguel. And a difficult shot here for Casper. If he can't see full of the 8 ball, he's in. Oh, yeah, that was just enough. Again, got away
Wow.
with it.
He did. He's played 2 double kisses off this short rail now and been successful twice. So sometimes it's not going his way, sometimes it is. You take the rough with the smooth. I do like Stefan Casper's attitude around the table. clearly has been serving him well during this tournament. Will it serve him well in this team event?
One row kick shot on the 8. Nicely done. That's
Very
an
nice.
amazingly good shot.
These guys come in with the big shots when needed. Can they come with the big pots? He's having a good look at this one, Joris. Oh,
Called it in the side? What's he going to plan? What's his objective here? He called it. Okay, thank you.
he's like, this one will keep Joris interested. Hang on, let me tap this pocket and see what he says.
Oh, that was his goal. Yeah, alright, now I understand. Going 3 rails that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Joris, this, after a couple of nice containing safeties from Miguel, I think he's muscled himself a little opportunity here, quite nicely.
It definitely is. Let's see if Miguel can keep himself composed. I can gate. Draw back from the short rail. And find perfect position on this 9. Well done. Now you want to stay at the right side, so don't want to have too much action on the cue ball. Therefore you need a perfect timing on the shot. Just keep it easy. He did. Well done. So Miguel Silva, this 10 to set it all even again. 6-6. Oh my.
And I tell you something, if it's going the way it's going, it will be down to this match to decide the result. And Germany, who I believe when I was at the last 32 stage in the 9-ball yesterday, Germany had 5 players still in that event. They have fielded some strong players this week, and they'd be hoping to go strong in this team tournament. It looks like Portugal are hoping to have something to say about that, and this has got every chance of going all the way. As we look down at Felix Vogel facing his opponent who was on the hill, he's still in it. It's not over for him either. That arena looks beautiful, Joris. I remember
Absolutely.
you making a dedication to one of them stars. A beautiful moment. And I can't look at it now without remembering that. Thank you. Beautiful.
Cheers. And Stefan Casper is not out of the frustration mode yet, because that cue ball already went very close to the side pocket, and a very last push of an object ball pushed it in the side. Of course, a little bit of bad luck that it was kicked in, but actually it never should have landed that close to the side pocket.
No, and you make an interesting point there. I actually feel Miguel's looking at this and fancying his chances, you know, because there's not much in the way. A little action from 3 to 4 perhaps, but you just feel that with Miguel chomping onto this rack and getting to the hill, these are good signs for Portugal. So you mentioned Casper with not such a good break. He's also had a couple of unforced errors, maybe more than a couple. You compare that to when he's been winning matches with barely a mistake. This could be the best opportunity Miguel's going to get. And do you feel it's this shot or the 4 to the 6, which will be the most pivotal one here, Joris?
No, it's the 8 to the 9, because I feel like the 9, well, the 9 is a perfect position for the 10, so that would make it easy. But to be honest, I don't see a lot of risk here. And also I don't see a lot of risk from the 4 to the 6, so...
Ooh, needs the gap.
Yes, they are. Now, to be honest, he didn't play a good shot there. He wanted to play much more to the right side. Now he's having a steep angle on the 4. So to come back to your question, I feel it's 4 to the 6 that's going to be difficult. Probably 3 rails around. Have a little speed on it. Nudge the 7. Didn't want that.
No, he didn't.
And now from the 6 to the 7 isn't a gimme either. He has to find a spot in between the 9 and the side pocket to get it over to the other side. Don't want to miss the pot again. Focus on making the pot. Ooh.
Used all of that pocket.
Yeah. Now I think that the 8 passes the 10 ball, so he will come close to the 9 ball, I think. I would play it in a pace that if I miss it, I would be perfect on the 8 to the bottom left. And if I hit it, I have the shot towards the other side. So he did catch it, but as I mentioned, the 8 passes the 10.
He's played that well.
Absolutely.
So, will we see Miguel Silva getting to the hill in his match against Stefan Casper, but more importantly, give Portugal a great chance of getting through into the semi-finals of our team event?
Yes, I tell you what, the other match between João Grillo and Felix Vogel was about to finish, because João Grillo was up 8-5, I feel, and now Felix is getting back, and it's now 8-7, and Felix Vogel is breaking off to see if he can make that one to a hill match, and if that works out and Stefan Casper wins this next match and it's the next rack, we indeed have 3 times a hill match, Catherine.
Oh, I love it. I love it. On the last day as well. Couldn't time it better. Fantastic. I could just see Felix making a little face there. He did not want to end in that position. So, looks like he's going to have to put a little bit of work in it. And as we take a look at Miguel on his timeout, well, I said right at the beginning of this match I wasn't prepared to make a call. I'm going to stick with that.
So Miguel got a little bit of a drink.
He's on the hill. 7-6 up against Stefan Casper, which is no mean feat, going on the form that Stefan has had so far in this tournament. So he'll be breaking to take that match. And I wonder if the table on that we see now at the bottom of our screen will still be in play if it gets into a little safety battle. So both our TV tables looking likely to getting a good chunk of this excitement. All benefits to our viewers at home. And if you are enjoying our stream today, please do like, share and subscribe. It's from your support that we're able to bring these events to you live and free, and also a big thanks to Predator and the EPBF for this European Championship. Miguel makes one on the break.
Yeah, such an interesting finish of this match. And I have some bad news for myself and you, Kevin, because I have to leave this commentary box for yourself to do the finish line, as duty just called on my ass here.
Oh no. Well,
sorry for that. But
before you
have all
jump
the
out,
time
Joris.
now. Cheers.
Before you jump out, Joris, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been a pleasure having you in the box with me again.
Absolutely, Kevin. Gonna miss you for a whole while now until we are back in the booth together. I will be doing the finals of this team, so I hope to see you in like 2 hours from now. But duty calls on me, so all the best.
Thank you, Joris. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will be left with just myself, Gethin Davis, as we take a close look at Miguel, still at the table, in a very good position. He's going to be... He's looking at the angle off the 2 into the centre. Looks like he will be taking a little piece of the 3 if he goes that way, and called his extension quite rightly, using his extension for this rack, so he won't be able to use that again. Important shot for him. Looks like he's going to take it down the long rail into this corner pocket. Yep, made sure of it. Probably the better way to come to avoid moving the 3 and encouraging any chances of a mistake. So nice position on the 3 to screw back for the 5. We'll be looking, yeah, not to do too much with the cue ball here, so he can roll the 6 into this left centre pocket and give himself good shape on the 7. And I'm sure you're thinking it at home. However, what a twist. What a twist. Not only without this pot, he's been out of position on the 6. And what a time to do that. I can imagine it's a little bit of pressure. And Stefan Casper with a good opportunity here now to turn it around the other way, and we have had some twists and turns so far. How many more are we left in store for? Well, yeah, Stefan just screwing that into the long rail, and shouldn't have to do too much with this 8 ball. We'll look just to float down to the 9. The 9 is in a good position to freeze the cue ball for the 10. And he just does that quite nicely. A little break in the music in our venue and gets a little bit tense. Well, Miguel, who appeared to do the hard work there, has allowed Stefan Casper back in on the hill. 7-7, what a performance. It looks like the game on the other table, they're either on a break or it has concluded. I will double check that for you now, but Casper and Miguel just shake hands. High five for Hill. Oh, it looks like, sorry ladies and gentlemen, have we brought this? No, we haven't. Joey Grillo beat Felix Vogel 9-7. And currently that means Team Portugal have 1 point and Team Germany also have 1 point. So we are down to this last match between Miguel and Casper. And it's Hill, ladies and gentlemen. So hold on to your seats. This will be the deciding rack for their team's quarter-final appearance. Great stuff. And we just take a look around at the stadium. The team events are coming to a close for the quarter-finals. So looking a bit quieter in there right now. I wonder if that will add to the tension for these gentlemen. Casper just finding all the balls. Now, alternate break. Stefan won the lag, and that has, at this key point in the game, given him the advantage of having the break. So please, everybody at home, men's quarterfinals team event, Portugal versus Germany, Hill, deciding rack, Stefan Casper to break. He's made a ball. He's made 3 balls. Has Stefan pulled out his biggest break of the match for the Hill decider? I dare say that is up there with one of them. And you have to say, not much trouble for him out there either. Yep. Played that one gently to leave shape on the 3 rather than running away from it. No. Like I said, there doesn't look to be too much trouble there. Will Miguel Silva get another chance at this table? Good camera angle. Clearly the 5 ball goes. Is looking to bring the cue ball down this side of the 8 ball. Screws it into the long rail, and just bounces out a little bit further than he wanted. I would say if he was going for the long pot down the corner, we'll have to put a bit of a shot on it. There is an opportunity to just slide it in the center pocket here, but these Predator arc tables have rather tight pockets and the centers can play particularly tight, so elected against it to come round on for the 9, and you hear a little sigh from Stefan there. This has been a tough match for both players. Some ups, some downs, some very tough safety play. And here we have it. Stefan Casper throws his cue away and wins on the hill 8-7 against Miguel Silva of Portugal, and in turn has won on the hill in the team match by 2-1 with his colleagues Felix Rojo and Luca Men. The guys look very happy there. Please do stay tuned. We will be bringing you our semi-finals shortly. You see the players coming out to warm up, and I have been Gethin Davis. You were blessed with the commentating skills of my dear friend Joris van Amersfoort, and we will be back with you shortly. Thank you ever so much, and well done Team Germany through to the semi-finals.
I will finish. Yeah. This is my table for the next one. So I think we are about to start, right? Or I think, yeah, there's one lady going on. Are you playing to that? So we will start at the same time. They will probably announce.
Yeah, in the middle of the...
In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So maybe we just move that one, or? What do you think? I mean, if this one goes here, I mean, we can put the player here, right?
I'm just measuring if this... Right. Do you know somebody's taking care of extra pupils? You don't have no, yeah.
Bueno, what we do actually is we do it like this. Yes, there's a lot of here and here as well. I don't like this. Okay, then hold this. And we put you here. So, yeah, over there. Because like this looks more open and more symmetrical. I mean, it's not the best, but it's better than they sit here in between with something. As well as that one. You have to move it there.
It tracks good. Just make it. Yeah. Just don't do that when I'm doing the table refereeing. Don't check the rack. We can check? No.
And you do...
I'm the table referee. So I will have the score. I will do the rack. Okay. Don't check the rack. And if you want to have the balls after the rack is over, you can wait until the balls are okay. And this will be our top. Do you want to move? Yeah, I know. ¿Me sirve?
Está bien. Ponlas un poquito más altas.
No, las pone altas.
Estás jodido. Hombre, se las van a poner bien al Rubito, no a ti.
Las pone altas. Eso es lo que Dios quiera. Ya.
This match is important.
Hello and welcome everybody. We're back here again. Tallinn, Estonia for the Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. And boys are getting intense. We're down here to the final stages of the men's team competition. This is the semi-final matches. And what a match we have in store for you. We have Austria versus Spain. Austria coming through Slovakia in their quarter-final match, and Spain beating Ukraine. And this is going to be a very, very good match indeed. My name's Graham Hickman. I'll be here taking you through the commentary with a good friend of mine, Arya Sarabi. And we will be calling you the shots through this match. Welcome, Arya.
Hi Graham, hi everyone watching around the world. Glad to be part of a enthralling semi-final between Team Austria and Team Spain. Just gonna run you through the other matches running simultaneously. So obviously we are watching the match between Albin Ushan versus Albert Delgado Jose. On the other tables we've got Mario Hay versus Iker Echeverria. They're playing the 9-ball. And then we've also got Maximilian Lechner, who's playing Juan Carlos Exposito on the 8-ball discipline as we turn our focus to this match. What are your thoughts on this match and this team match in particular, Graham?
Yeah, this is going to be really good. I think Austria has been super strong through this team competition. Yeah, they were flying in their quarter-final match. Spain doing very well to come through as well. Equally strong team, a lot of experience. I think on paper, yeah, we'd have to lean towards the Austrian team just because of the players that they have. But don't let the Spanish team fool you. They have beaten all these guys. I think we're in for a bit of a match here. It is race to 2. First team to get there will move into the final.
As you can see, players are accompanied by the referee, who's also keeping up with the timer.
Yeah, shot clock in operation. We have a 60-second shot clock from the break, but then from that moment players will have a 35-second shot clock and a 25-second extension should they wish to use it. We are playing no 10 balls, so what that means is if there is a 10-ball combination, the 10 ball will be respotted. The player will continue. But yeah, big matches in the quarterfinals there was as well, Aria. We were commentating on the Germany match versus Portugal. Wow, talk about intense. If anybody didn't watch those matches, you should go back on stream 1 and stream 2 and see the conclusion of those games, because it came down to the wire on both matches. Grillo winning 8-7 over Felix Vogel, and Stefan Kaspers just squeezing through in his match on the hill 8-7 to take Germany into the semi-finals and the medals. So a bit brutal for Portugal, but as the nature is the game, this is how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. I was watching the proceedings on the YouTube channel, where you can also follow every piece of the action live and free if you just look up for Pro Billiard TV. It's an official channel of the Predator, who is making this event possible for us. And yeah, you were exactly right, Graham. Thrilling stuff. And I have a sneaky suspicion that this team match will also go down right through the very last ball. And I think for the neutral spectator, it's exactly what you want to see, right?
Yeah, definitely. Wow, what a great shot there by Delgado, judging the pace very well. He did have a lot of balls to help him with cover on this left side of the table. But if there's anybody you don't want to get into a kicking safety battle, it's Mr. Albin Ocean. He's probably up there, in my opinion, anyway, Arya. Probably the best in the world at this part of the game currently.
Yeah, absolutely. But just not only this department. I think just pound for pound, skill-wise, he's definitely in the top 5 of in the world. And his resume speaks for itself, right? He's pretty much done it all. Yeah, what a fabulous player he is. Still very much in his prime. It's not even halfway in his pool career, so we expect to see many great things from this player.
Yeah, and already there, just a perfect example of how good he is at judging angles and kick shots. It was a great safety by Delgado, only to be followed by a nice long kick in on the 1, followed by an equally pretty solid kick. Nearly got the hook on the 10, so from what seemed like an absolutely fantastic safety shot, Delgado could have came back in a hook in a blink of an eye. That tells you what he's up against.
Yeah, you were spot on with his kicking skills, and look, you don't become a world champion by accident. But Jose Alberto Delgado, also a very astute player. He always is accompanied with all the other top Spanish players, so he will know. He won't be fazed by anything you will see from Albin in this match, but it's shaping up nicely so far. Both of the players looking in good stroke.
Yeah, and that was a very clever shot there, using the other balls to slow the 2 ball down, drawing the cue ball back to a safe position. And now all of a sudden this rack has opened up nicely. It's called the 2 in the side just in case he's trying to bend this and try and kick it from behind. Just called it in case he catches it thin. Well, this is what he does time and time again.
Yeah, 2 ball called. So now it's time to see Alberto's knowledge of the angles. I'll give him good odds to make this.
Quite a contrast. Flip reversal of the 1 earlier. It's close. Double kiss. This is what Albin does. All of a sudden you find yourself in a lot of trouble very frequently. There's only so many times you can get away with it or play a good shot, but he just seems to do it consistently. Great to watch.
Yeah, you could consider that a forced error. Albin has played several great defensive shots, and it seems like this is the first chance for him to put the first rack on the board.
Yeah, it's a great chance. Actually, since Delgado played that safety shot earlier, in that good shot he did play, we also opened up all the balls. But as it happens, the rack winning opportunity has fallen to Albin. 5 to 6 needs a little bit of attention just because of where the 6 ball is in its position. I think you can probably find the gap between the 8 and the 10. We'll have a look at the table in a moment. Yeah, there you see it. He's got a nice angle here. He can come over to the left side of the table area if he wants, and possibly play a bit of a straightish kind of 6 ball in the bottom left, you think?
Yeah, that's a good shout, but ideally you'd like to land a bit closer on the 6 if you are opting for the straightest shot, as you've just mentioned there, because over a longer distance, controlling a delicate screw back where you have to play with quite some pace, but not too much because you can snooker yourself on the 8. Maybe you can just, guarantee himself to have a bit of a cut shot on the 7, just to make sure that he doesn't snooker himself on the 8. Yeah. If you can look at where the path of the cue ball, it's basically on a parallel line where the 6 was. He's a bit closer on the 7 now, but I think he can still control it. Maybe go off 3 rails. Just use a natural angle.
Yeah, I think so. There's plenty of space on that side of the table, so he can let this run a little bit, should he choose to. Even if he overran it ever so slightly and had a thinner 8 ball, the 9 ball kind of supports that as well, so good stuff. Yeah,
Not too big of a problem, but can he punch it up and down, you think? Obviously, ideally you'd like to play the 9 in the same pocket as the 8.
yeah, he could just go
Went
around.
it.
Happy days.
I don't know about you, Graham, but I always enjoy watching Albin play because, like, there's not a department of his game where I could point out to you and go, well, that is an obvious weakness. I don't think he has any weaknesses in his game. I truly believe that.
No, not at all. I think that's why he's won what he has won and why he is at the top of the game in pool. So good all round. I think normally what you find is most players can pot balls, most players can run the table. Some players have a great break, some players have an okay break. He does tick the boxes in all areas, but the one thing for me that stands out the most, and probably something that's won him most of the games when he's been down and out, and often you see him come back, is his safety play. You talk about Ralph Souquet and his kicking ability and safety game and the amount of medals that he's won over the years in European Championship pool, and I think he's very much like Ralph in terms of he's never out, always seems to find a shot from somewhere. It's incredible.
Yeah, and although maybe it's a minor detail, but when you look at Albin, he's never changed physically, which is an indication in itself, right, that he is very devoted in at his profession. Tries to keep himself fit, never takes his job very serious, and then obviously you can see the results on the table. He's a consummate professional.
Yeah, and obviously his sister Yasmin, they both take it very serious with a very good setup they have in Austria. I was hearing they practice a lot also with Joshua and Pierre as well, so there's a lot of good pool players around that they play with. We have no surprises that they're doing so well on the pool scene and have done for many years. Probably long will it continue. He's going to try to get him behind this 3 ball or maybe the 5. Yeah, needs to be tighter.
Yeah, I don't foresee Albin having too much trouble hitting the 1. As you can see, he called the 1 in the side pocket. Just one railer here.
Yeah, I think when you play an Albin, especially Albin, that safety has to be just that few percentage points better than the rest, because he's so, like I said, he's so strong in this game. Delgado knows this already. Doesn't mean that he gets it right every time, Albin, but always feels like you have to play 1 or 2 extra safety shots just to get your chance. Did he call the 1 in the side or did he call the 7?
Yeah, he called the 1.
So, yeah, safety shot did give him a chance. Still a bit of work in this rack though area. You've got the 8 ball and the 10 ball causing a little bit of a puzzle. Obviously the 3 ball, 5 and 6 up in the top left needs a bit of work here.
Yeah, you're right. The first obstacle obviously going to be the 3. I was thinking maybe if he can put the 6 with the 3, but it's a two-way shot because making the combination looks feasible, but at the same time you also need the 3 to come out, not be covered by the 5, and then you can slowly try to work towards the 8, like as you've alluded to earlier, and there's a lot of traveling to be done with the cue ball, as you can see here.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if you could leave the 5 ball alone, because there is a possibility of playing the 4 ball and opening the 8 and 9 and 8 and 10 and leaving that 5 ball as a little bit of a safety net. So he could play this 3 into the rail and the cue ball will drift down to the left long rail and the 3 will follow. Oh, he's not even bothered going that way. Interesting. So he might be playing a 3-4 combo here. Actually, it might work out okay. If he can keep the 3 ball where the 4 ball is, Aria, don't know if he can. Maybe then he can play, open these balls up.
Yeah, it's all about the control, right? I don't think making the combination is going to be too difficult. So really why he's taking a bit time here is to figure out the pace he's trying to hit the 3 towards the 4. It's called the extension.
Yeah, I don't know if he can go into the 8 now. I don't think so. Not by that angle. He would have to hope for a better angle. He's playing safe, I think. Wow, talk about not taking a single chance. But he hasn't played a good safety shot at all, so yeah, he's wishing he went for the combo now.
I'll tell you what, though, you can hear some voices in the background. I always love to see when live sports is being played and there's a lot of support out there, because it just adds to the pressure, doesn't it? The atmosphere, the drama.
Oh, he even left the pot as well, so comes back to that shot I said a moment ago. A nice angle on the 4. Try to disturb something here, and the 5 ball is nicely located at top of the table.
Yeah, such a clever shot, because he's almost guaranteed to see a good chance on the 5 here with the angle he's left himself. Great thinking. Still a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? He's moved them from the right side to the bottom rail. That is very unlucky. He does have an okay angle on the 5, I think, to try and bring the cue ball to that long rail. Kind of middle diamond wouldn't be too bad. Just where his hand is, maybe. That could work.
Yeah, exactly. It's either the middle diamond or between the 8 and the 10. You gotta make up your mind. Seems like he's done what you've just said, and this is looking absolutely perfect. If anything, maybe a tad closer to the side rail than he would have liked, but at this time, sometimes specifically with 8 ball or 10 ball, even 9 ball, sometimes you just gotta accept what the table gives you. I think this is more than enough for Albin to carry on this visit.
Yeah, it was a well-controlled 5, a well-controlled 8, and a bit of a missed opportunity there for Delgado. I felt the combo maybe could have been worth the risk. Obviously, if he gets a very good safety, then we can't probably say that was the right shot, but I felt the combo there was an option there. It didn't look too crazy not to go for that. He chose the safety shot and didn't get it, so Albin punished him there. And I'm wondering if the shouting was on the other side, because Max Lechner is 3-0 down against Juan Carlos Exposito already, so that's gone pretty quick.
Yeah, this might sound like we're being very strict on Jose, but in all honesty, like you just said, it's not really the shot selection, but when he tried to play it safe, he didn't get it safe. That's the biggest issue here. And when you give someone like Albin Ushan even a sniff, it can really backfire on you, as you can see.
Yeah, I think for me, just when you're playing someone like Albin, there's one kind of battle you don't want to try and get into as much, is probably a safety battle. Delgado's a very good player, so sometimes when a chance presents itself, as long as the higher percentage is in your favour, I would say go for that. I felt he could have made something work there, but it's all about how you feel at the moment. Interesting bridge on the 10-ball break here, Arya. Really digging down. Dry break maybe. Shot on the one. Oh no, push out. Yeah, it's interesting, this one. Not sure where to push out here, Arya. Probably have to push down the table, obviously, but if you push down near the black area, you could leave a pot on the one. Don't see a... You could push over to the 9 maybe and play a kick and stick option. He is pushing down next to the 8.
Yeah, at this level, as is pretty much every push out, it's more of a chess game, because you're trying to bait your opponent into a difficult shot, and it's almost like saying, I don't fancy you for making this. But it's a dangerous game sometimes when you leave your opponent a opportunity to pot a ball, even though this is a very tough shot. But I wouldn't put it past Alberto to pot this. But the main problem is going to be the cue ball. He's got no control, obviously, because he's cueing off the rail.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Left a little bit of an awkward one for Albin though. I'm not sure how much of the one he can see. It's one of them shots where you might be forced into going a little bit aggressive. Otherwise you'll have to play some kind of kick shot.
Yeah, in fact, he's already called the 1 ball.
Yeah, because it's close to the rail, he's kind of forced. He might even go into the 2 ball here. There you go. Off the 9, but it was a good pot. That was quite tricky.
Yeah, but no harm done, because he's got a great opportunity to put Alberto in a bit of trouble. If he can send the 2 up and down pretty much in a straight line and follow through with his cue ball behind the 5, he can really put Alberto in all sorts of trouble. It's a delicate one though. Gus has to be cautious for the double kiss.
I think I don't think we definitely can't make the ball, so when we see the full table view, we could probably see where you can put it, maybe behind the 8 ball possibility.
I was thinking stand up and down and follow through the cue ball behind the 5.
Yeah, good call. He's played that well. Could be a jump shot coming here.
Look, he's got the cover, but he has left a jump. If the cue ball would have been closer to the 5, there would have not been a jump on.
He's got a good chance to get some cover here if he can hit this 2 ball correctly. He has called something in the corner just in case, but his goal here will be to... Yeah, this is a good view here. I don't think he'd be going for the combo realistically. Yeah, he was trying to get the 2 ball back down the table. Don't think he's left much though.
Well,
Maybe cutting
Albin
it in the
has
side.
called. Yeah, he has called the 2 in the side pocket. I think he can just avoid the bottom right corner pocket, so this might actually be a half chance for Albin if he makes the 2. There you go.
Yeah, that was a good putt. It's got an okay angle here. Just stun off a couple of rails. Maybe come round for the 4 in the top left, maybe. He does like to let the cue ball run a little bit with spin. Yeah, he plays them shots so well.
So one of the things I really enjoy watching Albin Ushan's game, he never really seems to hammer the ball unless it's absolutely necessary. So, you know, he's got so much trust in his cue action. Very smooth, accelerates through the cue ball. So, yeah, he never really overhits the cue ball unless it's the break, obviously, when that's a different part of the game.
Yeah, you're right. So fluid. Always relies on it. 6 to 7 here is important. He could play a stop shot, but I don't know if that would give him the right angle, so he might have to go forward just a little bit to make sure he can go back up table for the 7. Yeah, nicely done. Okay, needs a bit of care on this one. Doesn't want to be straight on this, and I'm sure he'll make sure he plays it with enough pace to come off that top rail. Come down the right side of the table, I think, here, area. He could come left side, but personal choice on how you feel.
Yeah, again, like you said, the middle diamond would be a great reference point. There you go.
Oh, on a 5 pence. Very good. He might even play the 9 ball in the top left here area. I'm not sure how much angle he has on this 8, if he prefers to come around a few rails, but he could just run it through. The 9 ball's off the rail, so going behind the 9 isn't such a bad option.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of this shot. Punch it in off 2 rails. Simply because the distance from the 9 towards the bottom left corner pocket would be a lot less, and also controlling the cue ball. But you were right, the other way around would have easily worked as well.
Yeah, just depending how he was on the 8 ball and how he felt in terms of the position and angle. I think that's why I'm mentioning with the 9 being off the rail. If it was on the rail, yeah, 100%, I would have gone the same way. When it's off the rail, just makes that putt a little bit easier going up table as well. Either way, he's managed to get another one on the board. And Esposito is still 4-0 up against Max Lechner at the moment. Mario Hay against Echeverria, 3-2. And Albin 3-0 in the lead here. So, slight edge to Austria right now. But the longer that Esposito can hold that lead against Max Lechner, you'd love to get off to a flyer and get that one done quickly and put the pressure on the Austrian team.
I think these team matches are very special because there's always pressure out there when you're in the arena, but when you're also representing your fellow countrymen, it's just like it adds a bit of extra pressure because you desperately don't want to let them down.
No, of course, and what you notice is with the arena setup we have right now, you have 3 tables all next to each other, which can be good for one reason: the players can see how their teammates are doing, and also 2, it can be a little bit of a distraction. Oh, that's an incredible kicking off. I was just saying it can also be a distraction. You're having one eye on your table and another eye on what's going on the other table. We've seen that with Felix Vogel in his match earlier, very focused on his teammate Stefan Kaspers. Could be a distraction area, I don't know, it may be just part of the game, but it surely does take away your focus a little bit. So a great chance for Delgado here to get on the board. It was a very good break. Pretty good here. You just play a little stop shot instead of a pretty okay angle on this 7 ball. It would be nice if he could just. I think he's probably thinking he would love to go forward a little bit so he could take with a little bit of angle, but he might have to play a bit of a. Yeah, that 9 ball was a bit of a problem, so he's going to play a little bit of either a draw shot from under the 9 or go 2 rails, but I think the draw shot's probably more favourable in terms of position for the 8 in the top left. He's playing this with running side. Is he left hand spin, go other side of the 8 at 10 ball? Wow, good shot. I think on day 1 that would have been a lot more difficult with the slide on the table, as we're now here in day 11. He's left a bit of a tester here. He's put a bit of pressure on himself. 3-0 down, trying to get on the board. This is a very tough 9. Of course, very makeable for Delgado, given the context of the match. This is a big moment. Oh, good shot. Well done. Delgado gets on the board. 3-1. Just what he needed to settle down. It was a good 9 ball.
I don't know if you can hear me, Graham.
Yeah, welcome back. Interesting there, they've just made an adjustment to the arena area. They've taken, I didn't notice, but they've taken the chairs away from the centre partition there, moved the players to the top left and top right of the tables to make the space a lot wider. Didn't realise they had done that. It's a big break. Gets the ball down. Not sure if he can make this one in the bottom right hand corner. It's not a bad shot. You can't just stun this in. Can't choose to play off a rail, but 3 ball is there in a bit of open space as well, so full focus on this pot. Yeah, nicely done. Just want to be on top of the 7. He's a bit straight here. I'm not sure how much angle. Might be able to run this through off 2 rails maybe, yeah, and play the 4 on the side.
High. Extend.
Yeah, he can. 2 rails. A bit too far though. This is now tricky because the 4 doesn't go in the top. Oh, what a great shot. That was a lot harder than it looked. Very well done under the pressure. He's getting a little bit of momentum here. Delgado getting some good table time. It's good to get his arm going, build his confidence. Show Albin that he's not going anywhere. Albin could very easily start to pull away. So that scratch off the break from Albin, the unfortunate scratch has to be said, has really opened up a chance for Delgado here, and he's taking full advantage from his break. There's the pace, it's in between. Might just be okay. I'm not sure if the... I don't think the scratch is on in the top left. It's very close though, but he probably can run this off a couple of rails. He's nodding. Yeah, hard to see. Yeah, that's why he played it that way. Yeah, so a little bit of a mini set win there, I guess, from Delgado with the reverse clearance from Albin's break, followed by a break and run on his break. It's best you can do from a opponent's break in your own break, really. Albin looking to try and get a break of his own here. It was a good break that he hit, but did get kicked in off. Thunderous break. Balls disappearing very quickly. I don't think he has a shot on the one.
One ball, side pocket.
big shot coming up here. Trying to bend it around. It's a pretty good shot. Yeah, it was a good effort. Always a risk of sticking the ball up after. A bit of awkward queuing, but he's got plenty of table space here. You can push this, try and get above the 6 ball maybe, or even play into the open space. Even if he bumps the 6, that's not too bad. Could have been a lot worse. We'll take that though. Just play this down off 1 rail, I think. I'm not sure if punching it off 2 rails. Smart choice, but given where the 4 ball is, I think just playing this up and down, leaving a little bit of a thinner 3 ball will give him good angle to go over for the 4. That's what you try to do. Just played it slow enough so the check side would take. A pretty good angle here to come across. Playing to that right side of the table. That's a bit of a careless one by Albin. Should have been nowhere near that 6 ball really. And the good thing is, I'm not sure if he can get to the centre of the ball. If he can, if not, he'll just have to roll it in dead weight. Drop this in. He's missed it. Ooh, I thought he had pushed that. Just goes in. Yeah, good shot. Little apologies there from Albin. I think just because he landed awkward on that 4 ball, but did have a good angle just to drop it in, so extends his lead to 4-2. Let's see what the latest is going on the other games. Just quick refresh, and yeah, I can see Exposito is 6-1 up now on Max Lechner. Mario He has a 6-3 lead in his match against Echeverria. So all poised. If it goes the way the scores are leaning right now, it will all come down to this Albin versus Delgado match. So every rack becoming equally critical. Both players just having a look over there. Always keeping an eye on what's going on. Lost a cue ball a bit there. Balls have spread not too bad. Didn't make a ball. Hasn't really left a shot on. Albin can see the 1. There is a 1-8 combo, but don't know if Albin will be playing that as his main shot. He might be using it as a... Oh, it's a little bit closer. Quite possibly. maybe quite possibly go for this. Yeah, it was a great combo, really. Does he go aggressive and play the bank? If he's just taking that on, he might do, judging by where the 2 ball is. He does have a safety shot. He could play off the right side of the 1 ball and get some cover. I think that's where he's going. The bank is a little bit too aggressive. There's so much cover on this left side of the table. Push the 1 up past the red 3. Try and get this cue ball all the way down. Yeah, wow, look at that for a safety shot. Fantastic. Delgado's in a whole world of trouble here. And I think because the 1 ball is potable. Yeah, I wonder if he's got a 2 real kick, maybe. Come just before the 6 ball. Goodness, this is tight. Very dangerous. That red 3 ball is huge. Or plays big. Hold on to your hats. Nope. Yeah, that was so hard to not hit the 3 ball there. Ball in hand for Albin. The balls are a little bit congested, but not too bad. He could put the cue ball where next to the 3, or even on the rail, and just stun it out. Just pull this out a little bit. So just a little draw back here. I'd like to leave a little bit straight if possible, so he doesn't have to run too much into the other ball.
I hope you guys can hear me right now.
Yes, we can, Aria. Welcome back.
Apologize for the technical issues I was facing, but at least now I can hear you too, Graham.
It's all good. There's lots going on. Technical issues have happened and do happen. I know you're watching anyway. It was good to have you back on the sound. Yeah, Albin's got a good chance here to extend his lead after a very good safety shot.
Looking at this angle, I think he can just draw it back straight. Well, judging by the tip of his cue going forward, Albin's been in control of the match all the way through, so you can tell that he's not trying to let go of the pressure he's got on Alberto here, making sure that he leaves himself with a nice angle on the next ball, and that's really all you can do, obviously. when we look at the scores on the other table, Juan Carlos Exposito 6-3 up against Max Lechner. Mario Hay in the driving seat, 7-3 up against Iker Echeverria. And as Albin is just potted the 10, also with a nice lead. I think his opponent has just called for a timeout, so that might be the right moment. This match can slip away from him, and let's not forget, it's looking good for the Austrian players. It's first to 2 points, and with the comfortable lead Albin and his fellow countryman Mario Hay has, that should be enough. Also on the other team match, Germany versus Team Poland. Well, the scores there are a little bit closer, apart from one table. Luka Men is 3-2 up against Wojciech Szewczak. Felix Vögel 5-1 up against Konrad. And Stefan Casper is tied with Daniel Maciol 3-0. So a lot of pool to be played before we find out which two teams will qualify for the final. As you can see here in the overview, Juan Carlos Esposito at the table. He had a very dominant lead on Max Lechner. Actually, I think that is Iker Echeverria, pardon, who is playing Mario Hay. On the top of your screen you can see Max Lechner at the table.
So here we go, Albin back with a break after the timeout, looking to extend his lead. Oh, he scratched though.
Yeah, second scratched on the break, and again he's left a nice open table. Not a real problem at the table right now for Alberto Delgado. Fear the 4 clearly does pass the 10.
Yeah, that's what that's one of the big things that frustrates Albin the most, I think. You often see his body language when he hits a break like that. He knows that he's mishit the break or made a mistake.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what it looks like from the main table. Main table view, yeah, it does look tight. Yeah, but it does go, so he's got a good angle here to come up and down. Maybe 2 rails. Oh wow, he's missed it. Oh, he's got the hook though. I think he's had a bit of fortune there. Max is sitting there smiling. It was quite funny to see Max look because he could see the hook potentially.
Ball, side pocket. Extend.
Yeah, jump shot coming here. Apologies, no he's not. He's going off the rail. I wonder if you can see an edge of this. How's the pace? Get in front of that 6 ball. That's not a bad outcome really, all things considered. Yeah, Delgado will play a similar shot here, I think, to what Albin just played pace-wise. Just a nice steady hit off the top. Oh, he's playing the kick. He's changed his mind. He's going 1 rail. Try and kick this in. Cue ball could be travelling if he catches it correctly. So it'll be interesting to see if he plays at a slow speed to hold for the 5 ball. Looks thin from here, but goes for the pot. There is a chance you could miss the ball. He played kind of a bit more of a safer way. You hit that kind of half ball. It's always a risk when you're trying to go for the thin edge of missing it, but he could be in trouble here. I think Albin can just play this straight forward, push the 4 ball behind the 9 and down table, and yeah, lock him up behind this 9 ball. There you go.
Nice tight snooker by Albin there.
Yeah. Always good to make it super tight. Tough to judge these when they're close to the cushion. But the 4 does play relatively big because he is going into the line of the 4, so I do expect him to hit this. It's a pretty good hit.
Yeah, look, I don't need to tell you this, but this is a very important part of the match because Albin is looking like he's running away with it, and also his fellow countrymen are really in a dominant position, particularly Mario Hay, who's 7-3 up against Iker Echeverria. So if Albin can also pull this out of the bag, the last match is irrelevant really because it's first to 2 points.
This match is becoming equally, well, very important, and like you say, it's at a critical junction because it is race to 8. This becomes a big rack for Delgado. Obviously there's a big difference from 6-2 to 5-3. So he's going for this. Big jump shot here. If he does make it, he could have some rewards. Cue ball will travel. He's missed it by away. Quite powerful shot as well. He's hit that. How's your look again? not so good this time. Not sure on the angle he's got on the 4. Maybe from the bird's eye view we can see the top table, what that might look like. Yeah, there you see it. Doesn't have the best angle, so you might have to push through and use the 10 ball a little bit here. Just a little bit. Yeah, he doesn't want to push the 10 too far. That's all he could do. These are the shots that Albin likes, that he makes look so easy. Not sure if he can draw this off 2 reels. Yeah, it looks a bit thin. He might be going all the way down the bottom rail potentially, or dead weight this. Play it really slow. Yeah, he's going around. It's just a bit too thin. He's taking these very well. It's a good safety shot. Forced an error. He's playing a very good 5 ball there. These balls are a little bit side to side. Yeah, that's why he chose to leave a bit of a thinner 8 anyway. Bring this cue ball naturally over to the bottom side of the 9. Oh, nicely done there. What a great shot that was. Just let his cue go a little bit. Basically landed the ball in hand there. Fantastic. The first match is over. Mario wins. Puts Austria 1-0 up. But also you have Juan Carlos Exposito is also on the hill at 7-4 in the 8 ball against Max Lechner. So really, it's looking very heavily like it's coming down to this game. So all to do for Delgado unless Max Lechner can pull out a little bit of a comeback there. So a very important break coming up here. Makes a ball in the side. Makes 2 balls in the side. Also got a shot on the 1. Not sure if that... Yeah, he's looking at it closely. Does it go 7 ball there? If it does, that changes everything. If it doesn't, going to have to make something happen. The 4 ball is in a pretty okay place to do something there if it doesn't go in the side. Yeah, let's see. First things first, he's going to get down for this 3-ball. Yeah, from this angle it looks like it's extremely tight. If it's touching the cushion, if that 7-ball is on the rail, then I'm probably going to feel like it doesn't go. If he can leave a nice angle on this 4-ball, he does have a possible chance to develop that 7 and maybe still have a shot on the 6. He's got a nice angle on this 3. I say nice angle, he does have an angle at least, so he can roll this forward or punch it forward. I think he's playing his safety shot maybe after this. No, maybe not. He was trying to get up table. It's probably likely to be a safety shot now.
Time.
Yeah, he tried to play that as a 2-way. Open the 7 and hook Albin, so it's not a bad shot, that. Jump shot coming.
Extend. Bobo, side pocket. Time.
Oh, what a great jump. He hit that as well as he could, and look at this for a shot by Albin. Wow. If that 7-ball from the shot before Delgado does somehow go on the side, that's an incredible unfortunate place for that 4-ball to land. From there, Albin is smiling, thinking, how has that even happened? Maybe it doesn't go though. I guess we'll see in a moment.
Bobo, corner pocket. Time.
Yeah, see what he tried to do. Having a bit of a discussion there, maybe a bit of friendly banter. So it makes me think that maybe the 7 doesn't go, because if it did go, Delgado really, I would have thought would have went for that. So a bit of shouting there. That's because Juan Carlos Exposito has beaten Max Lechner. So as we predicted, it's all coming down to Aushin versus Delgado, which puts a little bit of extra pressure on. Does make it a little bit feel better for Albin knowing he's 6-2 in front.
Time.
Yeah, so that 7 definitely doesn't go then. Otherwise he would have played it.
Side pocket.
He's calling a 6 in the side, so he's There is a gap here to go off one rail. You catch the 6, maybe half ball, send it over to the long rail to the right, back over to the left side of the table as much as possible. Yeah, we might have a little bit of a stalemate here for a moment, because this 7 ball where it is, unless somebody gets ball in hand or leaves it in such a way, if Albin can play a thin one and come in between the 10 and the 7 here for cover, maybe, if he chooses to play it that way, up and down. No, he's going the other way. How's the length? This looks like a good shot. Well, this time, not sure from this angle if he can see any edge. He's calling the 7 just in case, so it tells me he's going 2 rails. Kicking from behind, this could maybe open things up. Nope. Yeah, just what Albin's thinking there. The Germany versus Poland game is very nicely poised as well. Stefan Kasper's 5-4 down against Daniel Masciol. Felix Vogel 6-4 up against Konrad Yususin. And Luka Men is 5-3 up against Wojciech Szewczak. So Germany has the edge a little bit. Very tense there as well. He's laughing, can't believe it. This is kind of what happens. It hasn't really been going Delgado's way, so it's in a whole world of trouble now. Yeah, what can you do? Hasn't been going his way. This is a very, very tough hit. Yeah, not a lot you could do there. Can play it off the 8, I think, potentially. Be interesting to see after all this time if it just went in normally. That would be quite funny. Sometimes it's deceptive on the eyes, he's checking it. Yeah, so Albin gets on the hill. Very, very strange last rack there, but this is to get the team into the finals. Currently Germany is looking to be a little bit having the advantage over Poland as well. There's still a bit of match, still a bit of time left in those games, so it could go either way. But something very big has to unfold here for Delgado to get back into this match, I feel.
Foul.
Wow, that's another scratch though. Albin will be furious. I mean, to be still 7-2 up but have 3 scratches on the break, it's quite something. So he's going to have to take these out for starting. The balls are pretty nice, so if he can take this out, and then somehow get a chance on his break to put pressure on Albin's break again. It seems to be, he's overrun that a little bit. It's a bit thinner than he would have liked, but still think he can hold this. Just going to kind of drag this in. Now he's trying to go 2 rails. Is he going to get there? Oh, he's not on that 5, I hope. Very close, but I think he's okay. Smiling. There's always a risk going 2 rails, but managed to get there. 5 to 6 is important as well, because where the 7 ball is and the 9 ball means he needs to get good on this 6. I like the way he's played that there. I think the safer way to play this would be 2 rails. That's probably what he's going to do. Try to come down next to that middle pocket. Maybe get the white ball just above the middle pocket and drift down somewhat. He needs it to keep coming. Is it there? I don't know how the angle is yet. Yeah, he's going into the 9 ball here. This was the danger. He needed to be a little bit lower. He might have to take a rather tricky. Surely he can't get through the 9 and 10. No, he's taking a longer 7 ball. That's all he could do. This is a big shot right here. And he's bridging a little bit over the 10, so this is very missable. Oh, what a great shot. Well done. Under the biggest pressure there as well, because that could have been the match right there for Team Spain. But he does make it. He still needs to finish the rack off. Oh, well done. Well deserved rack. Made a little bit of hard work getting the run out, but it's a run out nonetheless. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you get there, so long as you get there. You feel pretty good after that, even though he's still 7-3 down. Team's going to get behind him there. You can hear shouting. They know it's all down to this match, and he will not go away without fighting, that's for certain. And it's his break, So 7-3, but Delgado to break. Just give you guys a quick update on the scores while waiting for the balls to be racked. So Luka Men is 6-4 up against Wojciech Szewczak in the 8-ball. Felix Vogel is 7-5 up against Konrad Justushin in the 9-ball. And Daniel Masciol is 6-5 up against Stefan Kaspers in the 10-ball. So that one is very tense indeed.
One more. One pocket.
Yeah, jump shots coming here. Not the best break. Balls are a little bit messy, but good chance here if he can make this. The 2 does go on the side. Maybe he can just draw a touch. This is makeable for Albin. Wow, I say makeable. He's thinking he didn't even get over the 6. That's incredible. Out of all the jump shots, if there was one that I would have put my money on, that was the one. However, this has turned into a chance again for Delgado. Not an easy one. The 2 ball is going to be important because the 3 doesn't go past the 8. Probably won't want to play combo. Hasn't played a great one there.
Can you hear me, Graham?
I can. Welcome back.
It's been quite the roller coaster ride, but I hope everything is solved right now in terms of the technical part of this connection, what have you. But yeah, glad to join you again in the booth.
No drama, it's all good. It's been a very exciting match. Just saying, Delgado needs some things to happen for him to have a chance in this match. And Albin already gifted him a ball in hand, so he has to take on this bank. But if he makes this, opens the rack right up. Big shot this.
Yeah, so Juan Carlos Exposito done his job, and is it Mario Hay from Austria also won his match. So really, it's all down to this match, all to play for.
Yeah, this is it. Last chance saloon for Spain. All on Delgado's shoulders. I know you could also see all on Albin's shoulders, but sitting on the hill, he's just waiting to pounce on any mistake. Has to be flawless pool from Delgado from now, I must say. But he will need a bit of help from Albin with the alternate break format.
Yeah, for sure. One thing is for sure, one thing you cannot afford, apart from the obvious, right, missing and unforced errors, is also just body language wise. Don't try to give away to your opponent that you've kind of given up. Just, you know, try to stay positive and do what you have to do. If the table presents you with a opportunity, try to, you know, make the most out of it, and, you know, just wait and see if you get another chance.
Yeah, exactly. But every rack that goes down also does put a little bit extra pressure back on the Albin. You'll not be feeling it just yet, but depending what happens in this next break. Yeah, so that was another little mini set win, if I can say that, taking Albin's break and his own. So now Albin will be trying not to scratch again. Quite incredible that he scratched 3-4 times on the break and he's still 7-4 in front, so this now is super important. Germany match is also heating up as well, Aria, because we have Luca Men is now on the hill in his match against Wojciech Szewczak, and Daniel Masiol from Poland is on the hill in his match. So we have one hill match in Poland's favour and one hill match in Germany's favour, and Felix Vogel and Konrad Yushin is very tight indeed at 7-6 race to 9. So Germany look to be going all the way again.
Yeah. What I've made out of stern stuff, particularly a man who managed to keep their hopes alive, Casper Stefan, although he is trailing 7-5, so still needs to produce another miraculous comeback.
Yeah, just like I said a moment ago about the break, Albin changed his break there, Aria. He's been pounding it 100%. He took quite a bit off that to avoid a scratch, hoping to get something different, and it's actually left an interesting situation for Delgado. Can he draw the cue ball in behind that 7, you think, and put him on that rail, bring the 1 ball back down table?
I think that's exactly what he's trying.
Oh wow, if he's played that off the 8 as well. He didn't put his hand up, so...
But he's unlucky. He's actually left a very easy kick shot. So the idea was great, but unfortunately it's not really worked out exactly how he would have liked.
Yeah, you've got to fancy Albin to get close here. At least make contact with the 1. There's a bit of gap behind the 1, but I don't think you should be flirting with that. There you go. Yeah, that 5 and 6 is going to be the problem. Sorry, the 5 and 7, apologies, is going to be the problem. Especially where the 3 and the 4 is. They are pretty close. And where the 9 is as well, that doesn't help, because even if you open something up, it might not necessarily go on the top. I'm wondering if you might have to be forced into a bank on this 5 ball area. Just thinking a few shots ahead, that is. But where the 6 is, tough. Yeah, I think he's playing the bank, always playing the safety shot. Let's see what he does here, because he is going into the 10 a little bit, so this might cause a bit of a problem for him. I don't even know if he can get up the table. This is not good. He's in a bit of trouble here.
Time.
Well, that's pretty good from there. It's far from ideal, but at least he's got a shot at the 5.
Corner pocket.
He's calling the bank. Oh, he's played a great safety shot here. This is fantastic. Very, very tricky to kick as well and get safe. Part of me thinks Albin enjoys these kind of challenges because he always tries to find a shot.
Time. Time.
Yeah, what a chance for Delgado. Well, if you can get this rack on the board. Yeah, I think he's going to flirt with the 10 ball here. He might be able to play it slow. No, he's going to play and just bump into the 10. Probably the safer option. Just push it towards the middle of the table. Oh, I thought he missed that for a minute. Albin giving his face a bit of a rub there. It's getting a bit tense now, so this is a big rack. Yeah, I've been taking a short break there. It's getting tense indeed. Don't blame him. Very, very tense indeed. Tense on the other table. Germany and Poland have both won a game, and Felix Vogel and Konrad Yushin is 7-7 in the 9 ball, so that one's going all the way, it seems. We're focusing on this table, and Albin's taking a timeout. I'll quickly take a minute timeout, and I'll be back in a moment. Stay with us for the conclusion of this one. So here we go. Big break coming up for Delgado. Yeah, he could have done with the ball there really, just to put that extra bit of pressure on Albin. Giving him control of the table though. Could have been in for some real drama there. There's still some work to do, of course. It's not over yet by any means. But he would have loved to have had a chance there to make it 7-6. All of a sudden from 7-2, this just puts that extra bit of additional pressure on Albin that maybe he didn't have 20 odd minutes ago. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. Probably a jump cue might be coming out here. It's one of them interesting angles. I'm not sure where he's going to get some cover, so he's looking at the back. He'll probably call it just in case. Yeah, if you can send the one ball next to the corner and the cue ball up table. Oh wow, what a shot. Is he on the 2? He might be, you know. Goodness me, talk about pressure. That was a great jump. Fantastic stuff. Pressure on this one. Oh, there's a lot of body in that. Where's the cue ball going though? Doesn't want to scratch. Oh, that's killer. If that had stayed behind the 9, the pool gods were definitely on his side. Well, here's the chance Albin has been waiting for. He hasn't really had a chance to do anything from 7-2, just the way it's all worked. But all he needs sometimes is one chance to win a match, and he's got ball in hand. Could this be the moment Albin can send Austria into the final? Big question is who they're going to play, because it's 1-1 in matches and Germany versus Poland, and Felix Vogel has just got on the hill at 8-7, race to 9. So wow, tense everywhere at the moment. Key shot will be coming up probably Probably here, I think, because 7 to 8 is pretty okay. Looking at this angle, I don't know if he can get the cue ball out. Does he run it off 3 rails, or does he even just drop this in and play the 6 in the bottom left corner? Maybe. Yeah, that's a really good view. Does he want to try to draw it through? Yeah, I don't know if he wants to flirt with any danger. He could force it with running top right hand side. Try to come off 3 rails, that is an option. But I think the smart play is probably to roll this in and play the 6 in the bottom right. Let's see how he chooses. No, he could thread it. He's just a bit off straight. Yeah, he looks a little bit off angle here. Can he punch this off the rail below the 8 ball? Maybe he takes a longer 7. Or does he put a bit of power on this? Yeah, he had enough. So, okay, shot coming up. Kind of where the cue ball is now wouldn't be terrible. Ideally a little bit further to the left, just to make that 8 ball a little bit easier. Referee watching him closely on that 8 ball, but I think he's fine. So all he's got to focus on here is just potting the 8 ball. 9 ball is there waiting, kind of natural shape of 2 rails. Once he gets this 9 ball and 10 ball, I would expect a very big roar from the Austrian team. I have to say, it's been a great battle from the Spanish guys, just not meant to be. Delgado put up a good fight, but here we go. Big shout by the Austrian team, I'm sure. Well, there we have it. Great match there by Delgado and Albin. Austria comes out on top and they make their way into the final, which will be coming right after this. We're still waiting on the Germany versus Poland team to be finished. That will be done very shortly, and we will be back after that short break for the final. Hope you can join us. My name is Graham Hickman. Thanks to Aria for joining, and we will see you again very soon. Don't miss it.
go. Oh, practice, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That don't mind.
Spargelei am Break.
Gibt's eine richtige Peitsche? Gibt's eine richtige Peitsche? Du bist bereit, oder?
Das Spiel ich hoffe nicht 10 oder?
Ich hab's ab und zu gestampft.
Was haben wir da ab? Jetzt gibt's einen Aufsehen. Mach rein.
Okay, I'll go and talk now.
Jeder sagt, wir spielen da und
Ist das egal.
wir können es da hinten spielen.
Der Marc hat schon angekündigt, dass wir Time aufnehmen beide und dass wir so besetzen.
Ihr müsst in der Mitte spielen.
Beide sehen.
Du magst ihn nicht sehen können.
Dann haben wir mehr Raum. Da gibt es richtig.
Dann ist es so gelegen. Dann noch mit Jump gespielt. So mit dem Kröger mal durchgeschwingen.
Aber ich muss aufpassen, wie klärst du?
Halb voll gemacht, aber klar, die gehen ja so auf und wenn sie fallen, dann hast du.
Sie nehmen alle Kugeln, legen sie her und dann tun sie es so zusammen. Und es ist. I just said. Usually should be like solid stripe, mix. And I had like at least 3 breaks where 6 solids there and 6 right here.
I have yesterday.
I get it that you have a random bracket, but you have Roman did it. Roman was right. I asked him.
I was doing kick finals, singles, and I was like, boom, boom, boom. I don't have a stripe because they're all of them have to mix shit up. But we are forced to fucking match them. Not yet. Not yet. Mussten schiffen.
Ah ja, Stefan, gell? Die Quali für zum Team Österreich dazugehören. Weißt du, was die Aufgabe ist?
Just a small announcement. So the finals will start in 15 minutes, which means at 1:30 we will start with the finals of the team matches. Thank you.
Sorry, oder?
Er hat gesagt, dass der eine sogar jetzt ein anderes Training macht, weil er Konflikt hat.
Muss mal ein bisschen aufwärmen. Stimmgabel. Ich bin warm. Einmal direkt selber hart. Verschossen gegen mich. Ich denke.
Wer schaut? Oh, der erste Peitschenhieb.
Jetzt schon die erste Stimmgabel. Ja, Stimmgabel ist gut. Der Fisch wird am Ende nicht nur hier Striche haben. Ja, mehrere Breakfast. Mag das schon. Dennis. Dennis. Trikot an. Schau mal, wir spielen. Schau, hey. Ich hab mich schon warm gespielt. Karten ausgesucht. Du warst eine tatsächlich. Hä? Ich hab mich aufgekommen. Eine.
Damit ist der Damit ist der Practice for ein Teamfoto, damit wir eine. Felix, okay. Yes.
Kann ich auch machen.
Ihr könnt euch näher an den Tisch kommen.
less than 2 minutes. Open tunnel.
Good afternoon and welcome to the team finals at the Predator European Pool Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, the women's final, and it's Germany against Austria. Firstly, on table 14, it's the 9-ball match, and introducing Pia Filler for Germany. Her opponent from Austria, Lina Primus. On table 15, it's the 8-ball match, featuring from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And her opponent from Austria, Jasmine Noscher. Referees in charge of the action on table 14, Bayana Banda, and table 15, Roman Mirakna. And in the arena we have the men's gold medal match between Germany and Austria. On table 3, it's the 8-ball match featuring from Germany, Luca Men. And his opponent from Austria, Mad Max Lechner. Moving on to table 2 with 10-ball from Germany, Stefan Casper. And he's facing Austria's Alvin Ocean. And finally, on table 1, it's the 9-ball match. Featuring from Germany, Felix Vogel. And his opponent tonight, from Austria, Mario P. The referees in charge of the action on table 3, Toge Tantura, on table 2, Anambujas, and table 1, Gintaras Petrovas. Players, you may lack for break.
Austria. I'm sure both of these players individually know each other games inside out. So we're in for quite some drama.
Yes, and drama we already had on this table, especially together with Stefan Casper. 2 matches ago in the quarters, he was also playing on this table against Miguel Silva from Portugal. He won it eventually on a hill match with a lot of drama. So looking forward.
Yeah, you're right there, Joris. Not only that, just in general, a lot of the team matches, they've gone right down the wire. So if that's anything to go by, we're in for a treat. And you know, it doesn't get even more poised than this. All these players are very well matched against each other. our main table, as we are focusing on Stefan Casper, gets the proceedings on the way. Let's see if he can get a good solid break.
As you can see, the break-off needs to be done with tempo outside of the box, meaning the side of the left or right from the center. And this looks like a dry break, isn't it?
Yeah, he hit the one perfectly flush, full ball, and the cue ball jumped back and then accelerated, nearly center table, almost made the wing ball in the center, but the second ball I should say. He could count himself a little bit unfortunate not dropping a ball, but at the same time he's not given Albin a putting chance on the one, so he will be back at the table. But as we've noticed with Albin, he is very strong in all of the departments, so Stefan, I'm guessing, will be in a bit of a trouble after this, although Albin has called the combination on the 9. Oh no, he's called the one in the side pocket. Pardon me.
Using the 4 as a stop. Yeah, well played. That 4 ball, where does it end? I think it's just there to be able to shoot it in the side. Yes, it is. So, good shot there for by Albin. And now in prime position to run the table.
And I guess, Joris, it helps that the 5 is across the 4 for the other side pocket, so even when he leaves himself just the edge of the 4 just to drop it in, not a lot to do with his cue ball after that.
Now this table looks good for Albin. Draw back a little bit just to see the edge of the 4 ball is good enough. 5 and 6 and the 7 are all hanging there.
Pretty much where the cue ball is right now would be ideal, you'd think, for the 4. Or at least a parallel height. If he can prevent himself running into the 6, that would really help. Just like so.
So Stefan Casper already had a great tournament. He became well, he already got into 2 finals and eventually became the European champion 8-ball. And now again, this is his 3rd final for these European championships. So he must be having a good time here in Tallinn.
Yeah, you're right there, Joris. He's definitely a man in form, and momentum is a real thing in sports. So yeah, you're completely right, but he's up against a former world champion, so Albin has been there, done it all. It's never going to be an easy match for Stefan, even though he is brimming with confidence.
No, and if you look at on the paper, then all 3 the Austrian players have a higher rating than the German guys. So with that said, I think the Austrian guys has to be the favorite for the title. As far as I know, Poland is the defending team. They lost in the semis, Poland, against Germany. So we're going to crown a new country with at least the German language speaking. Here it is, the first rack of this final goes to Albin Usham, and he has the break in the 2nd rack because of the alternate break rule. It's not winner's break, but it's alternate break. Down here you can see Mario, he's playing up against the 17-year-old Felix Vogel from Germany. What a talent that is. And so in the back you can see that the balls are racked again also. Over there is Max Mlekner versus Luca Men. And Luca won the 1st rack of that match. and they are playing 8-ball.
Nice little round up there, Joris. Yeah, all to play for.
Yeah. Yeah, they both had quite some difficulties in the semifinals. Both teams won their match 2-1. With some, always matches that could go either way. For example, Felix Vogel won 9-7 against Konrad Jujicin in 9-ball, and that was a deciding match for the win. The 9-ball was the ball 4 rails around to go and find some gravity in the corner.
Yeah, both players seem to be breaking really nice. Both of them had a very nice, firm and solid contact with the 1, where the cue ball is jumped back center table, and then with the top spin on it, going a tad bit forward, well controlled. I can't begin to explain to you how hard that shot is, you know, skill-wise, but both of them look like they've mastered that to the T.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
That's an early miss there from Mr. Usham.
That's a collector's item. I don't think you'll see many of those missed by Albin. And I'm not saying just this match, I think the whole season, because it's very rare to see Albin miss a straightforward pot.
Albin Usham, of course, played some more in this team. Not everything and not all disciplines he joined, because he had some demonstration matches in Indonesia, but eventually he found his way here to Estonia. And
I thought that was
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, continue. I thought it was an interesting path Stefan took there, because he had a very straightforward dump shot where he could have sent the 1 towards the 6 and the cue ball on the left side of the table using that 4 and the 10. He's tried a bit more advantageous route, but unfortunately he has left an edge on the 1. Even so, that if Albin chooses to go for the pot, he can in the bottom left corner pocket. Didn't entertain the pot. Nonetheless, he's played a very good safety.
Yeah, it looks like Stefan is snookered now, so he has to kick on it. Normally I'd say you kick 2 rails out. He's pointing at the second rail also, so that would be the a good way to approach the shot. Still, you're looking for a thin hit on the 1, and of course then you can also miss it. Oh, he hit it at the wrong side.
Well,
Therefore,
he
a stretch.
He did call the 1 in the corner that he stretched, so he's hit it way too thick, and that is your worst nightmare when you're playing the elite best of the pool circuit. When you leave them with ball in hand, there is no puzzles to be solved at the table. That is usually end of rack, but obviously Albin still needs to negotiate with all the balls still left at the table.
Yes, and Albin Ushan is not the only Ushan who's currently playing, because besides this men's final we also have the women's final. And guess what countries are playing in the women's final? Indeed,
Tell me.
Germany against Austria. Exact same countries as here with the men. Almost proving that these two countries, Austria and Germany, they create so much talent. And I'm not quite sure if Germany is the strongest or has their strongest players in it right now. For example, Tobias Bongers is not in the teams. That could also be because of that Tobias Bongers has to play his semi-finals 9-ball afterwards. So the European Championships are not over after this match. We still have the 9-ball event, semi-finals and finals. And can you believe this, Aya?
Yeah, that's twice he's missed the ball in the same corner pocket. Just goes to show he's also human, Albin. When we say we're rarely used to see him miss a pot, that's actually, you know, meant in the highest form of respect. But you know, he's also human. And what a chance for Stefan to draw level.
Absolutely.
Obviously, I don't know the man personally. What he does come across very laid back. You know, when you look at his demeanor, how he walks around the table, never rushed, never overexcited. He just looks really relaxed out there, and that is really, you know, in terms of body language, it gives out good vibes. You know, someone that is in control of his emotions, and he's not. At least it doesn't show in his facial or body language expression that he is in a rush or, you know, a bit nervous. Of course, if you wish to follow the proceedings on the other tables, we do have another live stream available for you on the YouTube channel of Predator. It's called Pro Billiard TV. Please make sure you do like, subscribe and share so that you can follow the proceedings all live and free. Also accompanied with live commentary, the other table. But if you wish to follow all of the matches going on simultaneously, you can head towards the Epbf website, where you can simply click on the live scores and you'll be seeing the updated live score. While we at it, Luca Men has taken up a 3-0 advantage against Max Lechner, the 8-ball they're playing, and Felix Vogel is also 1-all tied against Mario Hay.
And back here at table 2, it is Stefan Casper to break off in the 3rd rack of this final. Yes, Stefan Casper is not one of the most well-known German players. For example, Ralf Kaiser, Suke or Joshua Filler are much more known names. Nevertheless, Stefan is quite a name for the German circuit. In 2022 he won gold at the 8-ball, 9-ball German championships and bronze in straight and 10. So even in 23 he also won gold in the 10-ball. So yeah, he has already won quite some titles. Just showing that the field in Germany is very wide.
Absolutely, and he's definitely being on the rise, and as you said earlier, he's been peaking in this European Championships, been at the business end of most of the disciplines, with already picking up gold at least once. Can he make it twice?
Who knows? Therefore, he needs to beat Albin Ushen, or at least then his 2 teammates. But Albin is not an easy piece of a cookie. Going forwards, looks like it. Yep. To travel closer towards that 2-ball for the side pocket. I do feel that the free ball does not pass the 10 towards that corner.
Well, he was looking at it, so maybe he's trying to either figure out a strategic plan after this, or maybe it just does creep past the 10. If that is the case, then the positional side of this shot becomes already much easier.
Yeah, maybe it just leaves there. Well, I'm not quite sure now. It looks like it does pass past the 10, but it looks like a very narrow path. And he already missed 2 balls, 2 shots in towards this corner. Is it going to be free? Or will he make this shot, this free ball to the corner? Made it! Right. Got pretty straight on the 4 ball. Now, if he is fully straight, then he's okay, then he can play stop shot. But if he is not straight, then it can be dangerous. He may not slide behind the 6 ball. Can he play stop shot? No, he couldn't. So he used the 6 as a blocker. That's well played. And now it's an open table.
You'd think he would top it through off 2 rails for the 6 in the same pocket.
Yeah, traveling around to 7. This is straight enough to draw it back 1 rail to shoot the 7 in the other corner.
I don't think there is any player active in this European Championships that's got more TV table experience than this man at the table.
Now currently he and Mario, he is the most experienced player in the field.
Look, I don't know about you. I was commentating on his other match in the semi-finals, and I said this. We were having this small discussion with Graham. I said I honestly struggle to find if he has any sort of weakness. I think he's good everywhere in every department of the game. Albin Ushan.
I do agree that he is very complete player when you're looking at all the basic principles, and to me he is only lacking in the extreme creative shots. The Philippines are so more capable in the rare shots that Efren Rice pulls off. Like, how did he see that to shoot a ball off another object ball into a corner? Those type of shots is a thing that you will never see Albin do, which is quite a conservative approach of the pool. Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like he's a bit more clinical, because ultimately creativeness also really shows if that maybe your cue ball control isn't 10 out of 10 probably.
Sometimes, but sometimes the cable just gives you a not that what you want, especially after the break, for example. Not always you have to straight shot, and he will rarely choose for something very creative and attacking. He will then choose for something more defensive wise, and in the end that is very effective, but it might help to be more creative sometimes. That's what I would say.
Well, I've just figured out one interesting fact. Stefan Casper, apparently, I have to double check this, was a snooker champion back in 2010. So that's 15 years ago, but it does show he can, you know, he's got good mechanics.
Aha, snooker champion.
German snooker champion, national
Yeah.
champion.
Sure. This looks good. Wow, what a shot. At least I think it's an amazing shot. I don't think he is pretty pleased with it. It's because he can't reach it, but there was a narrow space to play to. And I think he did a great job. If he plays this with the rest, he could draw it back into the 10 ball. Leave himself close to the right side pocket. I guess that would work. Take the cut on the 5 to go up stable again for the 6. So
Yeah, it's far from ideal. You know, his angle, he will always run into the 10, and it's not gonna leave him any easier putt on the 5. Oh, he could avoid the 10.
yeah, well, he got second prize there. Because this 5 will pass towards the left side pocket. I think. And then he even has the right angle to go forward towards the 6. There it is. Well played. So back in good position here on the 6. All hard work has been done, so he should be able to win this 4th rack for a 3-1 lead.
Albin just demonstrating his good cue ball control.
Gotta watch out for the side pocket here. If he draws this all back. That's why he leaves it above it. Leaving himself a little bit longer 9 ball. Gonna make a choice to spin it around or leave it there. Then he needs a nice little touch. Choose for the second one, and that leaves him a perfect shot here on the 10. Now there was quite some nice demonstrations of the quality of his fundamentals. I just liked his timing when he's down on the shot.
Yeah, he's such a complete player. Look, let's not forget he's been in the world final for 4 times, and back in 2021 and 2022 it was back to back. I mean, they don't come a lot better than him.
Yeah, absolutely true. So while the referee is racking the balls, quick look at the other tables. On this table we are watching right now, it is 4-0 for Luca Men. He is doing very nice against Max Legner. Sorry, that's not this table, that's far in the back. On this table we can see Felix Vogel up 3-1 against Mario He. So 2 out of 3 matches Germany is up front, and only here and Albin Ushan is up front to Stefan. Can Stefan make a ball on the break? The answer is no, he can't. Again, a dry break for Stefan Casper.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Joris, the table seems to be breaking brutal because both gentlemen are really hitting the one solid with a lot of power, but for some odd reason, you know, the second ball is failing to drop in the middle pocket, so it's usually just a wing ball, and both of them can really count themselves a bit unfortunate because, you know, from a technical point of view, they're hitting the one flush, but they're not getting too much empathy from the table, unfortunately.
So Albin Ushan at the table made the one, left a little sharper angle on this two ball, and now needs to cut this in and get a nice position above the 9. This is a delicate shot, so I don't think he will take it on. Playing safe.
Yeah, kept it simple there. Oh, he would have liked the cue ball to be a lot closer to the 6 than now. So the one rail escape from the bottom short rail shouldn't cause him too much trouble. And of course the 3 being where it is, as long as the 2 doesn't really collide with it, he should feel a bit confident for the outcome. He's called the 2 top right, close to the 3. Nice cue ball.
So there's an option here to slow roll the 2 ball to the center table and hide the cue ball behind the 9. But that's not without any risk. The other way around is to send the cue ball towards the 9, the 2 ball towards the 9, and get the cue ball down here. Let's see what he's up to. Well, that will work. And probably a jump shot required for Stefan Casper. Has to jump over the 6 and the 4.
It's called the 2 ball in the corner pocket. This cue ball is going to fly around the table, I can tell you that much.
You don't think he can hold it and draw it to the long left rail?
Yeah,
The answer is there. No, he couldn't.
You know, that was always on, unfortunately. But yeah, they're never easy, them long distance jump shots. So you could say forced error by the great safety shot from Albin. Seems to be communicating with the referee about something. Maybe he's asked for an extension. Yeah, he's still faced with the dilemma of the playing position on the 3. Well, yeah, no, now he's called the extension. I was wondering, it's a bit risky if he, for example, tops this 2 with a bit more angle where he can nudge the 9 out from the top rail with a little bit of right spin. But he's not looked at that option.
That's quite dangerous. Yeah, I think he will leave it from above and cut in the 3 ball. No.
Yeah, so he has gone towards the top rail. He's just tried to make sure to land as close as possible to the top rail, and he's done a great job of that, but still needs to play another great positional shot on the 4. Doesn't really pot anywhere. Might just opt for the combination 4-6.
Now he got onto the 7, and this leaves him no pot available at all. So he needs to duck and hide here.
Yeah, he tried to run past the 7 for the 4 in the middle.
Maybe one rail away. Nicely done.
That is a very good shot.
So Stefan quite quickly in calling the corner, going for one rail kick shot, I guess. Yes, he is. And how is his luck? This cuts to this corner pocket, so there's a shot available.
Also keeping an eye on the other 2 tables. Luca Men, he's gone 5-1 up against Max Lechner, and Felix Vögel is 4-1 up against Mario Hay. So the German players are really looking comfortable right now. Still a lot of pool to be played, of course.
Yeah, but an early lead for Team Germany, which can be quite surprising, I think. So the 5 to the 6, kind of an issue. Probably shooting the 6 in the same pocket as the 5. Throwing it towards the 7. Now can only ace. Called the 10. So combination here.
Yeah, as long as he makes the 8, it should be fairly easy to control the 6 in terms of leaving it on for the next shot.
Did you play it around the 10 area, the cue ball?
I think I would just drop it in.
Alright. Now the issue here is that the 7 does not go to the top corner. So he's fairly straight on it, and he needs to land in between the 7 and the 9. So
I think he can draw it back, you know.
One rail all the way back to the left and bounce back to the right.
2 rails.
Side.
Yeah, 2 rails. He's gonna use the bottom rail, yeah.
Right. Quite some stroke here.
There you go.
Nicely done.
Played to perfection. Doesn't want to come out too much of the rail because he's going to be hampered by his cueing because he's a right-handed player. So just a small angle on the 9 would be, or even straight, that's better. Because if it would have been more center table, then all of a sudden he needs to bridge over the 10, and that's gonna be in his way. Alban Ushin doing his part to keep the dream alive for Team Austria, although his fellow countrymen, both of them, they're 5-1 down, so they really need to step it up as well if they want to have a chance in winning this prestigious final.
Albin 4-1 up now, and a timeout called by Stefan Casper, so that he has a 5-minute timeout where he can leave, and Albin has to stay in his seat the whole 5 minutes, and Albin has to stay positive when he's looking at the scores of the other tables.
When we say he needs to stay in his seat, he can't even stand up and stretch?
Good question, not quite sure. I think that should be allowed. While for a normal stretch, I don't think you should do a whole workout in front of the chair. But yeah, the The rule is that you stay in your seat. Otherwise, you have to take also take a timeout. Now I give you a very nice story I had with Mario. He was down 5-1 in the 10-ball edition during the preliminary rounds, and he was down, and his opponent took a timeout when the opponent was 5-1 up. So Mario, he sat in his chair waiting the whole 5 minutes for the opponent to come back. And when the opponent came back, he stood up, made the T sign with his hand, and took his timeout then to make sure that his opponent had to sit for 5 minutes in his chair too. So in the end we had a timeout of 10 minutes. But it's a quite interesting strategy to do. I had never seen that before. I heard that it has been done before. But guess who won that match afterwards? Indeed, Mario won it. Yeah, he won. He came back from 5-1 after that.
Well, there's an old saying: everything is allowed in warfare, and you know, when you're out there, it is a bit of a war. You want to desperately win. So if you feel like your opponent is trying to play games, it's well within your rights to come up with some sort of reply within the rules, of course.
Yeah, and it's of course all by the rules, and everything's possible. So I find it very funny to see that yeah, he went for that. So Mario 5-1 down against the youngster Felix Vogel, 17 years old. He could have played in the under 23 edition, but he decided to focus fully on the men's edition.
Apparently Mario is a poker player, and he won his largest money pot at a poker tournament in 2019, 53,000 euros.
Some days I do not earn that.
Only some days, huh?
Only some days, yeah. So we could see a nice kick shot by Felix, but left just an edge or just enough of this one ball to cut it in. Mario, nickname is Baby Panda, is that correct, Aya? I think so. So we can see Stefan Casper walking back to the table, and that's the sign for the referee to start racking the balls. I think that in the back we also have a timeout, so we have 2 timeouts. And for now it's all favored to Team Germany to win this final and the title. Felix Vogel 5-1 up against Mario He. Luca Men 5-2 up. And yes, the first team that wins 2 matches will be the European champion. So we're back and we will focus on this match between Stefan Casper and Albin Ushan. They are playing 10 ball with the break rule in effect. You have to play outside the box from the cue ball, and the 3-point rule is applied, meaning you have to put a ball like the free ball, and at least 2 balls has to pass the kitchen line, and in this case this is a legal break, and Albin Ushan may continue his turn. Has a shot on the one to the top left. If he wants to continue, has to, I think, draw it between the 5 and the 2 to come back to the standard table. So that needs quite some decent timing to get the speed out of the cue ball, but still has the effect applied on it. Wow, played that almost too perfect. As he ran into the 5, he completely killed the pace out of that cue ball. Nice touch it was. So 2-5 combination here. Probably wants to leave the 2 ball where it is right, where the 5 ball is right now. So a small roll. Nicely judged. Now a little bounce off that right rail. I think if he leaves himself close to the kitchen line, a little bit up table, he's good enough on the 4 ball. Needs an angle anyway to move over towards that 6 ball. Yes, this is all perfect. You can see the fundamentals of Albin is spot on. Gotta be clearing out the 9 ball on its way towards the 6. Just got over it. I think he can cue just next to the 9. No, he has to cue over the 9.
Doesn't want to do too much with his cue ball. Just drop this one in, accept the high angle on the 7. More than comfortable enough for him.
Yeah, and drawing his 2 rails out. The left side of the 9. What can I say, Arya? This match is all a one-way road in favor of Albin.
Yeah, how many times haven't we seen Albin just dominating a match from the start? But he has missed a couple of unforced errors. He's made a couple of unforced errors, but it just goes to show how well he is in recovering, because that is a crucial part of the game, right? There's the mental part where sometimes you're bound to make some mistakes, but just not fall apart, collapse. You know, he's such a experienced top professional, and right now it's looking like he's completely in the groove.
Yeah, absolutely. He had 3 enforced errors, missing pots who are not meant to be missed. But all 3 are at the start of this match. And after that, it's been all perfect pool.
His fellow countrymen, both of them have, you know, put another rack on the board. They were 5-1 behind. Now it's sitting 5-2. The other tables.
Yeah, and as it looks of it, Albin is strongly in favor for this match. So or Mario here or Max Legner has to recover from their back. And wow, that's a big miss by Felix Vogel. So both the Austria players are at the table at the moment. And I feel like everything is still to play for.
Oh, for sure. These guys, they're way too good to give up at any stage of the match. Albin didn't notice the 8 dropped. He was almost standing up from his chair.
So, Stefan at the table. A great look and a straight shot on the 1 ball. The issue will be the 4 and the 6 down there at the bottom right. But he probably will work his way towards that issue.
He reminds me a little bit of Mark Williams, how he strolls around the table so casually and in his own unique pace.
So will he open up the 4 and the 6 right away, or he is trying, and he is doing so, and by the looks of it he has a shot on the 3 to the side pocket, and now the 5 and the 6 are quite in a difficult position. There might be a combination available for the 5-6 combi, or the 5 is available at the top right corner pocket.
Yeah, looking at the position of the balls right now, I'd say more or less like a small stop shot or like a gentle follow through on the 3. Leave yourself the angle on the 4 and just drop it in, and you have options. Either you take the 5 in the right center pocket or top right.
He might draw this to the right long rail. Come from behind. So he's not looking for the combination. That's not his favor. So I think he just wants to stay or get over the 6 to shoot the 5 in the corner or the side he was looking at. Now I don't mind him shooting it in the side.
Yeah, you can just drop this one in.
Roll this in. These Predator arc tables, they roll really nicely. The pockets, the corner pockets are 4 1/4 inch. I'm not quite sure if the side pockets are also tight, but by the looks of it, it's just a very friendly table. He overrun this by a mile. Again, not happy with that shot. I think he got lucky to roll this far away to shoot the 7 in the other corner. Can top spin this to the short rail. Oh my.
You can hear him mumbling in himself in his native language. He's not happy. Obviously facing a 5-1 deficit, and he's had a golden opportunity to pull one back. 7 called in the bottom left corner pocket. You could see a big stroke here from Albin. Nice draw shot with a little left spin from where he is facing the 7.
It's not too easy, this is. Have to work with the cue ball too. Quite some powerful stroke. Yeah. It wasn't a
He's
gimme.
got away with it. He's got away with it.
That's definitely a roll. Yeah, it's not helping Casper to get positive in his head. If also your opponent is lucky.
It's an endless debate, isn't it, Joris? But you know, as pool players,
absolutely.
we know the the patterns and what have you. But you know, honestly, when you're at your seat, you're not entitled to any easy putt. But you know, in our head, sometimes we're like, "How's he got away with that?"
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it all looks so unfair, and that everything in the whole world is against you. Again, how is it possible to leave a straight shot in for Albin if this is the layout, you know?
Yeah, I just think for the overall proceedings, it's better that Albin can get this match on the board, because his fellow countrymen, although they've pulled a couple of racks back, they're still trailing 5-3. So all to play for Germany, even if it goes as far as Stefan losing this match, which is looking ever so increasingly likely, because he's now 6-1 down in a race to 8. So a lot of work to be done here for Stefan if he wants to make a fist out of this match.
Yeah, but I can tell you, Arya, that the other two matches are really far from over. They were 5-1 up, it's now 5-3. So the benefit has been put to half. And now in the back we can see Luca and Men at the table. They are playing 8-ball. And it's a race to 8. Here up front we can see there's a timeout called by Felix Vogel. He is 5-3 up against Mario A. So, what will be your prediction at the moment, Arya? Austria or Germany?
Yeah, that's a good question. You put me on the spot there. Actually, I'm gonna go with Austria.
Then I'm going with Team Germany. Because it's quite even, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. You know, if and when Albin manages to put this match to bed, you know, the other tables will be well aware, and that can even, you know, spur them on just to give it a bit extra. Although I'm not in any shape or form saying they're not giving their all, but you know, when your teammate has just put half of the point that is required to win on the board, you're like, I have to pull everything out of this.
So again, amazingly, Albin has a shot on the 1. Wants to find position on the 2 to the side. I've run it for quite a bit. Now the shot on the 2 to the side pocket is definitely on, but Albin has to draw this straight to the left short rail, the top short rail.
Yeah,
and probably bounce back.
Put himself in a horrible spot. Not needed this, so might have to punch it in and out of the short rail through the gap of the 5 and a 4, maybe.
Or stay up from the left side of the 5. Yeah. So after this, a 4-6 combination shot is required. It's not the easiest layout. Sometimes it can be a real walk in a park, and sometimes you have so many issues to solve.
Yeah, no points for guessing what he's gonna do next. Nicely controlled.
Again, yeah, he judged that perfectly. So much experience in these type of shots. So probably 2 rails out for the 7 in the side.
I think he can just draw it back, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
One rail,
indeed,
maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. He's much
Not even?
straighter than the camera was deceiving me a little bit.
Yeah, just blame it the camera, huh?
Uh-huh. So Albin is playing amazing pool, and Stefan just can't find a way to get a foot in this match. Every time that there is some kind of a chance, then Lady Luck is not in his favor.
Yeah, a couple of racks could have gone either way. You know, it's looking nearly guaranteed that Albin will put the first point on the board. But, you know, at least if you're Casper, you have to, Stefan Casper, you just have to make Albin earn it. Because 8-1 doesn't really look nice on the scoreboard, although it happens to the best.
Yeah, quick place on the other two matches. Felix Vogel is still up, but now the scoreline, it was 5-1 and it's now 5-4. Luca Men was also 5-1 up. The score now is 6-3 against Max Legner. Mr. Mad Max is at the table right now. You can see that in the back. So he's trying to find another rack. And here it's Stefan Casper, who is really love to find a way in this match.
Well, I'll tell you what though, ever since he's decided to break him off the side, he's had more successful breaks. It's a shame that he couldn't have converted some of the chances in the previous racks. Scoreline could have looked completely different though.
Yeah, and if Casper wants to do something in this match, and of course he wants to, he really has to approach this rack by rack, frame by frame, ball by ball, starting with this 2-ball to the corner. Get over the 9-ball. That's a little bit much there. It still cuts, but the cue ball will travel towards the 9. And if he misses the 9, then there's quite some angle in the 4. So let's see how he's playing this.
Oh, it's looking like
long, long, short. Yeah, couple of.
For a second,
rails,
it looked like that.
Yeah.
He can also opt to just drop it in and leave himself a bit more angle on the 4, considering the 5 is over the hole. Doesn't have to do anything advantageous with his cue ball.
Made it. Missed the 10, so got position on the 5-ball. Now probably draw this back 2 rails out to the center of the table.
Yeah, needed a good bounce, because if you leave yourself too thin on the 5, then all of a sudden the positional shot becomes a bit harder. Now he can control the cue ball easily. So yeah, this is looking like 7-2. So really, we need to keep a keen eye on particularly the match between Felix Vogel and Mario Hay. Like you said, he was 5-1 up, Felix, but it's now 5-4, so I'm sure mentally that match is also causing a lot of drama for the spectators.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, Arya, we can see very little team matches on stream. Of course, you've got the Mosconi Cup, but like this, like a whole tournament in teams, it's quite rare. And pool is such an individual sport. I kind of miss it because it does feel like an extra thing to play in a team.
Yeah, for sure. Like I don't know if I said it with when I was with you in the commentary box, there is an added element of pressure, because when you're playing by yourself and for yourself, you can't really disappoint anyone other than yourself, right? But when you're playing on behalf of a team, you just desperately don't want to let them down in any sort of way. So it just adds a little bit more tension, because you're out there with your comrades. You want to make sure that you do what is expected from you. Max Leshen
Yeah,
at
and
the table.
With a jump shot, it looks like. And he jumps the cue ball off the table. So ball in hand for Luca Men. And if he wins that rack, he will get to the hill. Because he's now 6-3 up and it's a race to 8. Over here, Albin Ushan is already on the hill, so he is breaking for the win in this match. Albin Ushan from Austria. Made a 3, made a 1 ball. But although he has a side on the 2 ball, he only has a bank available. And the 4 ball is in quite some difficult spot to land on.
Yeah, but also
So
the
we
5 is causing some trouble.
Absolutely. This is again not an easy table. It's not going to be a walk in the park to the end. I'm not quite sure if he called anything, or maybe it's obvious for him. Going for safety. Found it. Luca Men indeed run the table, so he is on the hill. If Luca Men wins his match and Ushan wins one for Germany, it will be 1-1, and all eyes are on Felix Vogel versus Mario Heden. But first of all, these matches has to be closed before that, and it's Stefan Casper at the table. He didn't bring his jump cue, so by the looks of it he is going... Oh, it is his jump cue, sorry for that. Or is it his breaking? It's his breaking cue, isn't it?
I think he's playing, the jump kick. That is some shot he had in mind, but well, his only saving grace right now is, the path to the 4 and the 5.
Yeah, so Albin, of course, nicely on the 2. The 4 will be good, and the question will be the 5. Is he going for the 5-8 combination, or is he going to try to find another position to shoot the 5 in another pocket? You could see him looking in the eyes, rubbing his eyes, because that was never his intention. And it looks like he's really lucky to be still on the 4. Yeah, he agrees with me. Can you believe what happened there? Never wanted to run in the 7 and the 10.
I'm trying to see if the 4 is stuck on the rail, because if it is, there is a shot where he can, play with a lot of side and backspin, and actually, funny enough, the cue ball can come up rather than go down. Needs to hit the rail first then.
He's playing
Yeah,
this towards the 10, I guess. Oh, he's playing safe.
Yeah.
It was just too much to ask for, and he won't like his safety either. So Stefan Casper is still alive in this match and back at the table. And this is absolutely cuttable. And maybe can travel all the way back to where it is right now. Well, that was too much to ask for. So,
Yep.
called the
Yeah,
bank in
called
the
it.
corner. Cue ball behind the 6.
You must not forget, 10 ball, every shot has to be called. There are no flukes allowed.
Yeah, and Stefan never really went for that bank shot. Just called it to be sure. But this was his objective, playing safe. Just didn't find any snooker. Albin facing a difficult shot here. Not quite sure what he's opting for.
He might play a bank shot, you know.
I haven't heard of it.
No.
Needs to find cover.
Path of the cue ball is good. He has left the jump, on which I'm sure, yeah, Stefan will entertain the jump shot. If he does make the 5, it's hard to see him not get some sort of a shape on the 6.
But look at the distance between cue ball and the 9 ball. That's a long jump. Ooh, made it.
Oh, and he's lost his cue ball. Yeah, I'm afraid this is going to be the end of it for Stefan. It's hard to see how this could go wrong for Albin. Such is his experience, like we said earlier, you know, he's been there, done it all. And he's a master at closing out matches when needed, so I'd be very, very surprised if he does not kill off this match from this visit. And when we turn our attention just a second for the other matches, still a lot of pool in there left. Felix Vogel 6-5 up against Mario Hay. Luca Men 7-4 up. Well, it's actually 7-5 in favor of Felix Vogel versus Mario Hay. So, yeah, we're down to the nitty-gritty if and when Albin does pot these 4 remaining balls.
Then he has done his duty for the team competition. In the back you could see Luca Men breaking off for his win. He wants to hopefully for him he can run it out. So on the other stream of table 1 you could see the final racks of that match between Felix Vogel and Mario He. But on this match, this 10 for a winner, beating Stefan Casper 8-2. There it is, Albin Usham. And with that we will leave you on this stream. Later on we will continue with the 9 balls, semi-finals and finals. So really hope to see you back then. And if you want to see the conclusion of these European Championships Team Edition, please continue to watch on stream 1. I want to thank my friend Ayas Arabi here at the booth. And my name is Joris van Amersfoort, and hope you enjoyed the match. See you soon. Bye bye.
Congratulations to Germany, your Predator European Pool Championship team winners.
mal dahin, bitte. Ja, du kannst doch was tun. Hol den, pack den wenigstens mal hoch. Ja, neu oder was? Ja, ist egal wie. Dennis, Seite, jawohl, Weltklasse. Aber jetzt gemeinsam, und statt uns kriegst du die erste Überraschung. Ja, du bist so geil. Das stimmt so, ja, natürlich.
Emil, Ika, Robin, Nina, Michelle, og så dere andre foran. Du stiller deg sånn midt imellom en av oss. Og så du sånn midt imellom der. Han er midt foran meg.
Jeg står her.
Ja. Du får litt til venstre.
Players, could you take your seats, please? And referees, prepare the tables. Welcome to the semi-finals of the 9-ball division of the Predator European Pool Championships presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, our wheelchair division. On table 16 from Finland, Joni Tati against David Slacek of Slovenia. And on table 13 from Slovenia, Matej Brajkovic versus Henrik Larsson of Sweden. Moving on to the under 23 division. On table 14, he's from Germany, Dennis Laskowski. And he plays Switzerland's Silvan Starkerman. And on table 15, from Slovakia, Christian Merva. And his opponent from Germany, Yuma Dona. Moving on to the women's semi-finals on table 2. She's from Germany, Pia Filler. And her opponent from Norway, Nina Torvund. And on table 3, it's an all-German match between Tina Vogelmann and Ina Kaplan. And finally, the men's semi-finals. On table 4, he's from Germany, Tobias Bongers. And he faces from Poland, Daniel Masio. Finally, on table 1, from Czechia, Roman Hubler. And his opponent from Finland, Casper Matikainen. Players, you may lag for the break.
Well, hello to all our pool fans joining us from around the world. Welcome to our final day of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Championships. We bring you this live stream from the star-studded Kalevi Hall in the beautiful city of Tallinn. And you join us for the women's 9-ball semi-final between Germany's Pia Filler and Norway's Nina Torvund. Joining me in the comms is my dear colleague Eric Hallison. Welcome, Eric.
Good to be with you guys. Getting down near the nitty-gritty of all the events now. Semifinals going on for 2 divisions, the wheelchair, or 3 divisions of the men's, the women's, and the wheelchair divisions. Looks like Filler's going to come in as a decent favorite here. She's had a very successful week, winning one of the tournaments, finishing in the final of one of the other women's singles. Just came off a defeat in the women's team event. So she's been around the business end of all tournaments so far. Nina coming in as a decent underdog here. About a 100-point gap in Fargo. This is her deepest run in a major tournament from what I've seen, Gethin. She had a quarterfinal finish at the Longoni Italian Open at the last stop. So it looks like a player kind of on the rise.
Pia has had a lot of TV table time as well, Eric, and I have to say this is the first time I've seen Nina on the TV table, so that may play a little role. However, she's won the lag here in this alternate break race to 7. Let's see Nina Torvin to break.
Illegal break. Gonna leave Pia shot either way. Should be at the table here. Two balls only going to be available in the left middle or the top left corner. She'll try to get on the side here.
She just slid by the 3 lovely there, Eric.
Yeah, it has the angle to play the 2 to either pocket. Looks like it's playing better to the top left. Just having a look at the 3 passes the 4 into the top right. Does. Cue ball's kind of running into the 5 here, but should be able to bump into it lightly where it's going to still play well into the middle left.
She did just that, Eric.
Yeah, good opening sequence from Filler and looking good now in rack number 1.
And important, Eric, to get off to a good start in any tournament. However, probably a bit more imperative here with the alternate break. And to get off to a start like this on Nina's break will be exactly what Pia was hoping for. And you mentioned the foul break there. Just a note for our viewers at home, we're playing the 3-point rule. So in making a ball off the break, you are to get 2 other balls behind the kitchen line, or if you pot another ball, you only need to get 1 behind the kitchen line, or if you pot 3 and
yeah, she would have been legal there if she would have pocketed 1. Hit the proper cut angle. I think just came in a little thin. Corner ball got jammed out on the way. Pia queuing high here. I guess she feels like she has too much angle to hold it for the side. Need a little bit of speed on this shot. Cue ball's kind of drawing the wrong way too. And look at the 7 passes the 8. She looks happy with that, so that'll be good. Can stay up the left side of the table here. So want to overdraw this. She has, so she's going to have to go up table and all the way back down. Tough to shoot it into a blind pocket too when you kind of have a ball in the way of your sighting line.
Will we get to see Pia open her stroke out here?
Yeah, looks like 3 rails around. How's the speed? Gonna be a little light. That was a good attempt. High level of difficulty in that.
Yep. Avoided the 9 well. May elect to play safe here, and I wouldn't blame her. This.
Yeah, the bank is on, but it's pretty aggressive. It'd be a pretty aggressive try in the first rack. Looks like she's going to try to go side rail to side rail with the 8 and the cue ball. This is always the danger of playing that side rail to side rail shot, especially how the 8 was. She was never going to get it really tight to the rail. Close one here, Gethin.
Yeah, I think the cue ball did not come far enough, and if it looked as if Nina wouldn't be coming back to the table here, and this could be a great opportunity to just turn the tide.
Toughness there. Definitely trying to play the thicker side of the pocket because of the angle she was left. Just got in a little too thickly. Looks like Filler's going to have to go rail first here. People can play around near where it is. Just going to have to contact the 8 properly. On the thin side, so over on the left side of the pocket.
Another difficult shot though. She's had 2 in a row here. She made the last one.
Oh, good. And early developments here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You would hope that getting any contact on the 8 ball there would have dropped it. However, it just caught it a bit too thick, if anything, and it refused to drop. And Nina's got a second bite of the cherry here, and having commentated on a couple of Pia's previous matches, she rarely gives away that in a whole match, so early match jitters perhaps? We'll find out. However, on her break, Nina Torvund takes the first rack. She leads by 1 rack to 0 in this race to 7 and holds her break, Eric.
Yeah, we'll have to see Nina in open play a little more. I haven't seen her play that much overall, but just by judging from a couple shots, I think she's a player on the improvement scale. Probably capable of playing higher than her 625 Fargo level. You would think to get this far in the tournament, she has at this point so far.
Yeah, and very good signs for her with this being her deepest run. She seems very composed there. Maybe just needs a little bit more table time to get into a flow, as anyone would when we get to the semi-final stages of a tournament. And if we just take a look over at the other live stream table, we have the men's semi-final in play between Hibbler and Matikainen, and we are in the semi-final stages. Pia Filler to break.
Look at them make the 8 here. 7 down, 3 balls down. Too much distance and too much angle on the 2 for Filler to try to play the cue ball behind the 3 here.
Promising signs with the power and the result from the break. Just lost the cue ball a bit this time. However, as we've been finding out throughout this tournament, not just in the 9-ball discipline, having good power on the break has been really rewarding the players who can control the cue ball the best in doing so. So expect the cue ball to stay down that end of the table and maybe looking for the 8 as a blocker, Eric, but that's not going to work.
Yeah, huge challenge here for Nina. I don't think there's any forward option, so she's going to have to elevate with a lot of power. Ideally drawing straight up the left side of the table. Have to shoot the right side of the corner pocket to achieve that. Both shots are going to require a bunch of power, but I would favor the draw here. I think she's thinking about the follow. It is an option. Cheat the opposite side of the pocket.
You just noticed she called her extension there. Both players on the shot clock here, and they have 1 extension per player per rack. And as Nina makes that ball, the cue ball did not get much movement at all, and she's faced with either a very tricky cut or the prospect of playing safe. And Eric, aside of the half ball contact we saw Pia attempt, I'm not too sure what else.
Yeah, similar. I did like the half ball, trying to like the 3 by the 8. She tried to play the 3 with more distance up table, caught it a little thickly.
And
well, this is a tester for Pia here, Gethin, because she can try it in the side and then take the 4-9 combo. I think it's more advisable to go up to the corner, though. Cue ball will play naturally across. Big shot, though, after a bit of a half air in rack number 1.
yeah, makes it well, Eric. And I have to say that was a really important point to make, because I know down in my pool hall, if someone got to the table there and saw the 4-9 layout, they would have certainly looked at taking the trickier 3 into the middle, and real true sign of being able to see past that and look at the percentage game. And it just goes to show how on the ball these ladies are.
Yeah, Pia's had a great week, making 3 finals so far, looking to make her 4th final now.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out how much Pia does for the sport. I've been following her on social media this past few weeks, and she's very active both on and off the table, and it's only good for the sport and bringing more people in. And also useful to note, on top of her great form, the Germans on the whole have been here, there and everywhere these past few weeks, and I'll just bring you some highlights of that as this match progresses. However, Pia Filler for the 9 ball to bring it back to 1 apiece. And that she does, Eric. And we have got both players getting off the mark, so we could have a very good game in store for us here. And looking out at the Kalevi Hall, we have 28 tables in play. They have been very busy for the past 12 days. And the other semi-final in play in the women's division 9 ball is Tina Vogelman against Ina Kaplan. And looking through the results so far, Ina has been the only potential thorn in Pia's side, it seems. So let's see how that progresses. And just to give you a quick latest on that, although it's early doors, Ina has taken the first rack and leads Tina by 1 rack to 0. Now we get another look at Nina's break. Her first break not so successful. She'll be looking to work on that.
1 ball's down, but it's not legal. She's getting jammed out of the corner. She had a lot of balls going down towards the bottom right corner, but none of them went in.
I mean, I would say
she
that
made 2 balls, Gethin. Sorry, so it is a legal break.
yeah, that 2 is suspectly close to the 9 ball there.
Yeah, you can play a slow roll and try to play the cue ball in between the 5-9 here. It takes a lot of touch to slow roll the cue ball over that distance. There'd be other shots you'd want to be looking for, but I don't see much else. If she cuts the 2 very nearly the 9, she can kind of follow the cue ball towards the 7, but I don't mind the roll-up play. A little creative there. Could have worked out. Was trying to get the 2 in line with the 4-8. Just left Pia here, though.
Yeah, the 2 just needed to get round the 7 there, but that was a creative shot. Well, Pia not able to see the potting angle on the 2, so she replies with a very tough position for Nina, and well, she does have the 1 rail escape, but I'm not too sure how and if she could get safe from it.
Yeah, there's not much up table, and both the cue ball and the 2 will be tracking up table, so going to rely a little bit on luck here, just like kicking this one with speed. Looks like she has to add a bit of left into it. She's not. I have a feeling she might go wide here. Yeah. 4 ball still going to be tough for Pia, but 2 ball happens to be in the perfect area where she doesn't have to move the cue ball very far here.
No, but she still has to play the long 2 ball due to the 7, and she will want to be quite particular here so she can make sure she can get from 4 to 5. You may have just heard our referee calling time in the background, just to let our players know that they have 10 seconds remaining.
Pia's going to want to avoid the 9 coming off the short rail here. I believe she can with a bit of left spin. Good shot. Looking good now.
Yeah, that's very good. Quite flat on the 5. Just needs to get deep into the cue ball here. And Pia has been making some of these shots look effortless.
I think she'll favor playing the 8 into the right side pocket here. Just minimize the cue ball movement. Back into the angle where she needs to land, ideally going off the left long rail.
Yep, she's got very good position to do that, and she could be in for 3 relatively simple stop shots. And as we see from that angle, Eric, Nina sat in her chair, and I feel her breaks are going to need to be stronger and a bit more consistent if she really wants to keep pushing Pia in this match, as when you get the cue ball to Pia, she is very liable to put them all away.
Yeah, she's turned over both her breaks so far. We can get a little more offensive going forward.
They don't get straighter than that, Eric.
It's the best place to be for the 9, Geth.
You must teach me that one day. And so, as Pia takes the lead and gets ready to break, we just take a little look over at the men's, and I will see if I can get you some updates on the score there, but still early doors. However, it looks like Matti Kainen is sat in his seat as we speak. And just interesting to point out that in both team finals that were played just before these matches, we had both affairs, Germany versus Austria, and they both went to the wire. So I'm aware that the men's German finals were on the table 1, so if and when you want to catch up on that, you're able to view all of these matches back on Pro Billiard TV. So Pia Filler and her country, Germany, looking to wrap up here in Tallinn.
Corner ball not down. It's going to be legal, but nothing else on the break. actually might just not be legal, Geth. I think the 3's passed, so she's. Nina was just double checking there that it was legal. It was. Could play an aggressive kick safe here, or safe, or push. Pardon me.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if she would get a better position from a push. So.
Oh, it was illegal, barely.
It was a foul, yeah.
Yeah, just you can see the head string there in that light white chalk line. 3 balls a little bit in front of it.
Push out.
I think I heard push out.
Push option here. Yeah. Only reason she's pushing down to this area is because the 7 is kind of blocking the most obvious track with the cue ball going up table behind the 4-9. This is trickier than it looks. She can get around the 7, but the cue ball will run into the 4-9 in that case. Can't really create anything over going back to the left long rail. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if she could cut the cue ball back onto the 6 and then get good cue ball. A little bit like that.
Zeros.
But ooh, nearly a fortunate kick off the 9 there, Eric.
Yeah, she was always going to hit the 4-9 that way, but did take care of the 1 properly. You could get aggressive here and try to play the cue ball behind the 3. It's going to leave the 1 over the bottom left. So it really needs to get this if she does go with that option. There. How's the 1 going to end up? Perfectly for Nina. This is a chance to level the score now.
Yeah, I think it was a good line by PS. She just overhit it. And so much so that the 1 ball has come up in a great position for Nina here.
First real view and open play from Nina. I like the way she hits the ball. Nice long backstroke. Times the ball well.
Yeah, indeed, Eric. And she's got a nice look at this rack here. That's nice and open play. A little bit of movement for the cue ball, but not too much traffic in the way. Maybe the 6 to 7 if she gets there.
Yeah, having it power up a couple times in a row here. A little too much angle, but she is able to draw out of it. Speed could be an issue coming back across the 9. There, tough shot. She had to hit it with a certain amount of speed to get enough draw to the cue ball, and it was always going to play back kind of near the 9. Maybe possibly trying to run into it. Just got on top of it a bit.
Yeah, and is that 8 hampering the 1 cushion escape from the short rail? I think it is. And it's a very fine angle to get past the 9 here for the 1 angle escape that she's looking at here, I believe, but she's called her extension. She's taken a little bit of extra time over this, and I don't blame her. It's a key point in this rack. But I don't think she has
Yeah,
very
she can
many
play
options.
off the left long rail with a bunch of left spin. That's her only option here. Ball almost down. Gonna get half safe on the 5. Maybe up to filler to pull off a big shot here.
Yeah, good hit.
Take her first 2 rack lead of the match. If this ball goes down. Nicely played. Little thin on the 6. I don't like slow rolling it. You could slow roll at this with a bunch of right, but I like playing it with a little more pace, trying to bring the cue ball in between the 9 and the corner pocket. Soft draw. It's going to be a long reach for filler too.
Yeah, and that 7 isn't in the cleanest of positions. However, you feel if she can get down this end of the table, she'd fancy her chances.
I think she actually caught the rail first there, Gethin. That's why the cue ball didn't draw enough going up table. She's still on the 7, but more distance here. Another test for Pia.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
That's a very, very nice shot. By all accounts, a pressure shot. And Nina looks on from her chair there, and an opportunity missed, you feel. And in the scheme of a race to 7 with alternate break, they're the opportunities you really need to convert, and instead we find Pia Filler potting this 9 to take a 3-1 lead, and that's great stuff for her. Just on the other semi-final table between Tina Vogelman and Ina Kaplan, Ina looks to have taken, or rather maintained, her 1-rack lead. She leads by 2 frames to 1, and we just have a look at Matikainen on the other TV table playing in the men's 9-ball semi-finals, and I will bring you an update on that score in good time.
3 German women in the final 4 here, and they just came off a defeat in the women's team event as well. Hill, Austria taking that one down in the end.
Big break for Nina here. I wonder if she will be able to put a bit more power in there, and if she does, will she be able to keep control of the cue ball? These are big moments. She made a ball.
Illegal again, Geth.
Yeah. And it's something that we saw yesterday as well. And when you're playing the cut break and you're playing thin, the energy seems to be lost a little bit more in the rack, and a lot of the players weren't getting the balls up into the 3-point rule, and rather into the kitchen. Adds that extra dimension, and I think it does put the pressure on needing a bigger break from time to time, and that's every break from Nina now that's been turned over to Pia, and Pia doesn't need to be asked twice, and she's already put Nina in a very tricky situation here, Eric.
Yeah, she's taking away the closest short rail. Gonna have to go up to the short rail at the top of the table, 2 rails back towards the 1.
And while Nina just has a look at that, I wanted to bring you an update on the men's semi-finals. We also have a German in the men's semi-finals, Tobias Bongers. He trails 3-2 to Daniel Maciel of Poland, and on the TV table, Roman Hibbler. He's trailing 1-3 with Casper Matikainen from Finland. So
Missed that one by a long ways, put a little too much left spin into it, and anytime you're kicking with that much speed over that much distance, you can really misjudge it. She did. Luckily, she kicked the 3 safe a bit. Don't believe it passes the 8 into the closest pocket. If it doesn't, she's going to have a lot of positional work to do coming back towards it. Oops. Can't be playing safe, Captain. Wow, just recognizing how tough it was to get on the 3. She's done pretty well again.
Yeah, I really like that, Eric. As soon as you see the 2 up there and the 3 down here not able to pass the 8, you just felt that Pia was in danger of putting herself in a deeper hole. And now she's turned it over to ask the question of Nina, who can just see the edge, I believe, from the posture.
Yeah, small roll there for Nina, being able to see the 1. She would have been in a bad spot otherwise.
Yeah.
Pia can either play a similar shot. If she doesn't have it, she can go 2 rails at it, but looks like she is going to go directly at the 1 here.
Yep. Now, women playing a little bit of chess. Who is going to falter first? And I think Pia has covered this one, which is going to force Nina into either a 1 or a 2 rail escape. I kind of like the 2 rail escape if she can get behind that one.
Yeah, might even choose to go on top of it, kind of cutting the 1 into the 3. Kind of caught it ball first. Created some distance. See if the 7's going to get in the way here for her. Hasn't. So another tough shot for Pia. She's passed 2 tests in the last rack. She would want to draw the cue ball all the way back up table, but it's just too much speed. So she's going to look for the window between the 3-7. Keep the speed down.
No.
Cued off.
However, we'll take second prize. And Pia not giving Nina an inch. And that shows the respect not only that she has for Nina, but also for the fact we're in the semi-finals, and this is when you really need to get down to business. And looks like Nina's going airborne for the first time. This is a tough one, Eric.
Yeah, gonna be resigned to trying to pocket this. Clear distance again.
She hit that very well.
Gotta be more comfortable speed here for Pia. Another angle to see if the cue ball's running into the 8. I don't believe it is. It can miss it to the left.
That will bring her round into a lovely part of the table.
Safe again. She's really backing off here. I mean, I understand the first one. The position on the 3 was definitely going to be tough. But I really thought she'd have a chance at offense on that play there. Did well, covered the 1. Nina's got a chance for a kick save here. Kicking this ball with draw, trying to ideally get the cue ball back behind the 3-4. I don't like following this, Gethin. We'll see.
Ooh. Nearly looked like she made the 1 on the cross bank there. However, she's not got there, Eric, and after all the turning down of opportunities, I think Pia is about to get her rich deserve. So
yeah, there is a certain strategy if you're coming in as a favorite and you're playing someone, say, 50 to 100 points below you, that there's no need to really overplay the offense because you're assuming that their defense is going to be a little bit on the weaker side. And you can see there, just a small error in my opinion, but I think the proper play was to draw the cue ball and try to get the cue ball a little safer. Chose to follow it. Didn't end up with any kind of resultant save.
Well, she's just
interesting strategy here for Pia. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's just come the wrong side of that 3, I believe, Eric. She wanted just to screw back for the 4 in the same pocket, so just now has to contend with taking that 4 in a different pocket, perhaps. Yeah. And she's played a lovely stun run through, giving herself a good look at this centre pocket, and it is always a nice feeling when your safeties play off.
Yeah, just got a little straight there, so I have to take a little more distance on the 5. Stun angle towards the 7 will work well. Let's focus on the pocketing here. Nicely played. In good position now. Maybe a little more angle on the 8 than ideal. Should be okay though, moving back towards the 9.
Yeah, she's avoided the 9, and this is exactly the position she wants to find herself in. Just checking where she wants to leave her cue ball here, Eric, but these are very, very strong signs from Pia, and you just feel that without that big break, Nina's going to struggle a bit here.
Yeah, and it'll be Pia to break in rack number 6, so should be looking to extend her lead here.
Pia Filler takes the next rack in our race to 7 in these women's 9-ball semi-finals. And just looking over at our other live stream table, we have the match being brought to you between Roman Hibbler and Casper Matikainen. It looks like Casper is leading against Roman by 4-2, and we have the same scoreline in the second match between Germany's Tobias Bongers and Daniel Maciel. Daniel Maciel's taken a 4-2 lead over Tobias Bongers, who won our straight event earlier in the tournament. Another strong German player. So the semi-finals are really bedding in nicely now. Just to let you know on the other ladies, all German pair, Tina Vogelmann and Ina Kaplan. Well, Tina has now taken the lead 3-2. So I could be in for an absolute clanger on that table as well. Great stuff. Pia to break.
Corner ball down, legal break. Doesn't look like she's going to get a shot on the 1.
No. They've all gone in a nice diagonal line there. And
yeah, always tough to push when the ball you're pushing around is so close to the pocket. I think if she pushes over by the right long rail, that could play okay. Just looking at going over there and leaving the left edge. This is good too. Both players will be making sure they're not going to get a double kiss off the long rail here. Has she gone far enough? Looks okay. I think Nina can avoid the double kiss if she wants. Just giving it back, so possibly she has actually covered it.
I'm just wondering if Pia would come up behind it and play a sort of kick and stick here.
Yeah, looks like she has to.
The cue ball is tight against the cush though, Eric, and that always increases the difficulty here. But she does have good 2 cover balls in the 3 and the 8, so Could come away with the spoils here, but this is a difficult shot. Oh, that's turned out lovely, Eric.
Distance. Yeah, I think she was trying to hit it thicker. I think she was trying to push the 1 to this end, but it's turned out perfect for her.
And again, Eric, not really giving Nina a look in. And this is going to take its toll, I fear, until Nina can run a few balls and get a better feel for this TV table. She's going to find it hard to build her momentum here, so wanting to come out in a similar position from this. Has she potted the 2?
She has. And now another big speed test for Nina here.
Yeah, she'll take that stroke of luck. This will be a very good opening 1 ball for her, though.
Just decided to avoid the speed. That's what you're going to give up on a shot like that. It's going to kind of give up the pocketing accuracy when you hit a long shot at that speed. I understand it. Even with the speed, the 4 could have gotten in the way of the cue ball. Another half mistake here from Nina.
Yeah, playing this shot with the rest makes it a little bit more difficult. And the shot clock, as you could hear from the referee, is also playing its part, and Pia's played well to miss the middle pocket there. And although the 1 ball has gone over the pocket, she has stuck the cue ball to the short rail and, if I'm not mistaken, brought the 9 ball in to cover it. However,
yeah,
Nina seems to be getting down to it a bit quicker, Eric. Maybe she can see this.
Yeah, I think she has to go rail first, but she has left the rail first option. Looks like she even has to jump to a rail first position. Maybe straight at it. Going to be a little thin on the 1 here, but she will be able to hold the cue ball. It has to be said that a couple times after these safety exchanges, she's not only left Pia on the 1, but kind of directly in the pocket, which is a little on the unlucky side.
Yeah, she made the jump shot. She actually made the jump shot look easy, and she double kissed on the on the 1 ball, and the cue ball and the 1 ball stayed down there, unfortunately. And I'm sure she would have wanted to have taken a cushion first approach there to drop the 1 in. But you're right, Eric. And if you keep leaving Pia in these positions, she will pick you off. So with it being race to 7 and an alternate break, you can just feel pressure coming off of Pia. I doubt that will slow her down with her safety play. You just feel a relaxed Pia is a lot more dangerous around the table.
It's in a little tough here. The cue ball's kind of drawing the wrong way, so she's going to try to play the cue ball twice between the 5-6. Caught the 5 on the way out.
Yes.
Got a real thin one available to the side, but it's so thin that I think she might avoid it.
Yeah, she just looked up to the stars there. Was hoping to avoid the 5. And yeah, a tricky cut. Always the concern with the corner pocket up there as well. Oh, she went for the pot. It clearly must have passed the 8, Eric.
Yeah, tried to go to the corner there. She was thin in the side regardless, but that was more to hold position for the 5. Got lucky with the result. Didn't leave anything really offensive for Nina here. I like playing the 4 up table and the cue ball in line with the 8. stun it just slightly, which makes the speed control a little tougher. And the cue ball control, and she's left it over the side again, Gethin. So a big chance now for Pia.
Yeah, I agree, Eric. And I mean, even with the four going up along the side pocket, the real concentration should have been on the cue ball there, and at least locked it close to that 8 ball. And this 4 wouldn't be available for Pia. However, it is, and this is looking quite dominating. And I have to say, it's a testament to Pia's safety play, but we haven't really got to have a chance to see Nina in action.
Not really, just that one chance where she overdrew the 4 coming back towards the 5. But other than that, it's just been Filler playing almost overly defensive in spots, but always getting the best of it.
Yep, and she's has great camera angles. She's just off straight. She's given herself a good angle. Looking to punch this cue ball up the table towards us. And cleverly uses 2 rails. And Eric at 5-1 up, you start to get a familiar feeling with Pia. And Pia Filler takes this rack and takes a formidable lead of 5 racks to 1. And Nina sat in her chair there, looking up at the referee. Something needs to change, I'm afraid, Eric, and I'm not sure what that is. Maybe you have any better ideas, I'm afraid.
Well, one of the biggest problems for her is she's not getting started on the break either. So, I mean, first order of business will be to come back and have a successful break and just kind of go from there. Neither player's had a break and run yet. Filler is breaking the better of the 2.
Yep, I completely
looks like
agree.
that is, not as much of a threat for Filler. Of course, she is capable, and having the score line so far ahead, she will have a couple breaks at locking Nina out of the set, but just has to start her comeback somewhere here.
It just looks like, Eric, Nina's taken her 5-minute rest break, and so while she does take that and Pia is sat in her chair waiting, just want to bring you a couple of updates, Eric, and our viewers at home. In the other ladies match, 9-ball semi-final, we have Tina Vogelman has taken a 4-2 lead over Ina Kaplan. So that one is looking like it's pricing up as well. And with the men's 9-ball semi-finals, we have Daniel Massiel taking a 5-3 lead over Tobias Bongers. Casper Messikainen 2 from Roman Hibbler, and they're playing a race to 9. And you can catch Roman versus Casper over on our other TV table. But please stay with us and join us for the culmination of this great ladies semi-final. And as much as Pia's making it look easy, it's still alternate break. There's always an opportunity for momentum to shape, and if Nina can get her break working, there's still a bit of life left in this. However, you do get the feeling, Eric, that Pia is in cruise control.
Yeah, and she's just in good form all week, so not only being ahead in the scoreline here, she'll have the confidence of knowing that she's been in 3 finals already.
as we see Roman Hibbler potting the 9-ball in his match against Petri, and that will bring the scoreline to 6-3 to Casper. Sorry, Matikainen. I just called him Petri. That's his teammate. And the referee, as all of our referees have been doing great work these past 2 weeks, and a big thanks out to them. And they're especially busy today, keeping a close eye on these finals. And it does make for exciting matches when we have the players of this caliber in this arena. Just useful to note to our viewers that we, although are on our last day today at the Predator European Pool Championships, we will have a 1-day break. Yes, Eric, you and I are allowed a break, but then we're straight back for the Euro Tours here, also in the Collegiate Ball, Tallinn, Estonia. So we will also be getting to play on these new Predator art tables. Very exciting stuff. I believe there's a few from my neck of the woods heading out there, and they get to visit the beautiful city as well. So please bookmark your pages, and if you can, click on your notifications, and you will be updated as to all of the live stream matches for that tournament too. Thank you, Predator. And it looks like Nina has returned from the break. She faces a 5-1 deficit against Pia Filler. However, it's Norway's Nina Torvund to break.
That's better. Hit it more squarely that time. Got the 1 on the side. Legal break, and she's on the 2-8, so positive things here at the beginning of the rack for Nina.
Absolutely, Eric. Much, much better. And facing a... It looks a straight combination, but they never are straight in my book. Yeah. And maybe we've used a bit of reverse psychology with the commentator's curse, and she's come out with a monster break there and navigated that combination. And there's a healthy looking pattern in front of her here, Eric. Good signs. I'm liking this.
Yeah, she's landed a little straight here, but there is room over on the right side of the table to play the 4 into the bottom left. Wow, doesn't like the angle up the right side of the table, so going to go side here. Tough.
These pockets are a little bit tighter than the average table, Eric, and that clearly showed there. And it was a difficult decision to make. I did fancy the easier shot being down the rail, and she's...
Yeah, we actually got a camera angle of the 4 playing into the bottom left, and it had about 3/4 pocket, so that makes her decision a little more understandable. Choosing to just try to play the 4 in the more open pocket, but in doing that, it was tougher on the side, and another mistake.
Well, yeah, and as our viewers can see, the 4 barely passing the 9, so Pia taking the 4 in this corner pocket, looking just to screw off the long rail, and it looks a little tricky 7. However, if she finishes quite straight on it, she does not have to do much with the cue ball for the 9, so I'm sure she'd be fully aware of that. Of course, needs to make sure with these, and doesn't, well, I would say doesn't want to be straight, but I'm sure if she is,
she is going to be 4. Yeah, She's going to be forced to draw straight back here. That was going to require a lot of speed to develop any angle going back to the right. She tried to. Biggest issue there was she probably didn't cheat the pocket far enough to the left.
Well, she's made this 7
coming now.
Yeah, Eric, she's made this 7 a bit trickier. Oh.
She's made about 4 or 5 clutch pocketing shots in this set, taking advantage of pretty much all her opportunities.
Absolutely, and that's only bad news for Nina. And Pia faces this cut on the 9 to take a 6-1 lead. And Eric, Pia Filler is on the hill in the ladies semi-finals race to 7. Good stuff.
Yeah, great performance so far. Really asserting herself as probably the number 2 woman behind Jasmine Ocean in Europe.
Yeah, I'm sure she would have something to say about that. However, just looking over on the other table in our all-German affair between Tina Vogelmann and Ina Kaplan, Ina looks like she's just got 1 rack back. It's now 4-3 to Tina. So we are definitely guaranteed 1 German in the final, and so far on this table it's looking like Pia Filler has 1 foot in the door to make it an all-German final, and sadly Nina doesn't have the break here for her, but for Pia, she faces her break to take the match here. 6-1 Pia Filler.
One ball down, but not enough balls over the head strings, so Nina will be coming to the table here.
Yeah, if that 7 had dropped, it would have been a legal break, as 1 ball did pass the head string, but sadly she needed a 2nd to pass. Unfortunately for Nina, she's not really been left with an ideal chance to punish it by running through, so I think we'll see a safety here, Eric. Looks like she's cutting it up against the 8 and wants to run behind it.
She might have missed the whole ball. I think she did.
I think she did too. A little look up at the ref.
He is actually checking with the ref. It sure looked like she missed the whole ball. The ref was right there, looking for Nina for a little.
Oh yeah.
The referee missed the call.
I think Nina did acknowledge it and then went to sit down, and a little bit of language barrier there. But yeah.
Good sportsmanship from Torvind.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of an unforced error, Eric, to be said. I don't think it needed.
Yeah, she's only had a couple, but just a couple small spots where could have took control of the game. Just hasn't quite done it. Filler's taking advantage of every chance so far for her to take more advantage here.
I did like that.
A little funny on the 3.
Yeah, but I like the use of blocking the cue ball on the 4, so she leaves a relatively straight shot on this 3 to, but the 4's gone over a little bit too far, I think.
So she's going to try to play the cue ball between the 8 and the short rail. Nice shot, getting a little closer to it here. See how straight she is.
Well, from that camera angle, if the 8 ball was not there, that 6-9 combo, I'm sure would be on Pia's mind. However, the 8 ball is scuppering that one. And clearly Eric, she was straight on that and couldn't do much with the cue ball, and has just taken her best outcome from that. This is a tester from the cushion here for Pia.
Got it. So one more tough shot coming from Filler. The cue ball's running into the 9 here, but I think it's kind of running into the right side of the 9, which could play negative because the cue ball could get stuck up behind the 8. If she can run into the 9 squarely, she'll try to. Yeah, a lot going on that shot. She's overcut it.
It
So
looks
she's
from
left
that
the
angle.
pocketing edge for Nina, yeah.
Yeah, it does. It just looks like she can cut this in. And a little bit of a gift for Nina. Trailing 6-1. And she will not look this gift horse in the mouth, I'm sure. Yes, and
Kind of tilts her head to the left a little bit, Filler-esque. Josh Filler-esque.
very nice spot, Eric. And Nina Torvin takes our 8th rack in our race to 7, and now trails 6 racks to 2 with Pia on the hill. And she's mounting a comeback. I believe it will be... Is it Pia's break next, Eric? I've just lost track of my frames now. Two.
It'll be Nina up to break next.
Nina to break. So, yeah, Eric, it could be a comeback, a nice break and good opportunity to run for Nina off this, and there was good signs off the last break. So, could we see Nina mount a comeback? And will it ask questions of Pia?
Yeah, she changed it up on the last break. I don't know if it was by design, but she hit them more squarely, kind of recognizing that on the thin one she wasn't achieving a legal break. So see if she goes back to hitting it squarely here. The disadvantage of this one is the 5 probably likely won't go. Probably the 4. Cut that one. It's legal. But the 4 is not going to block the 2. I believe she has a shot here.
Yeah, and this and her last break a lot more promising, and we could have seen a different scoreline if Nina had been delivering like this from the beginning, especially as she won the lag. But the cue ball's taking a tricky knock off that 6 and it's dancing with the middle jaws. She's got away with it, Eric.
Yep. Decently natural position back to the 4. Nicely played. She'll want to be straight enough that she's not moving to the left too much, and she is.
While Nina plays this 4, I was just looking in the chat room, and Stefan Weber has brought some interesting fact bites in. Nina Torvin played in the women's team division together with her teammate Michelle Sandman. And Michelle is the daughter of the EPBF founder, Jorgen Sandman, from 1978. So,
Interesting.
I do like me a fact, Eric.
Yeah, I knew Jorgen has been at the top of the WPA and EPBF for a long time. I didn't know it was close to over 45 years. Wow, it's a long time. Great dedication to the game.
Yeah, and I'm sure all the family will be proud of where the game has gone from there. And I think Nina is giving us a little insight into what got her to the semi-final here in Tallinn, Estonia. She's got a lovely rhythm around the table, and she does look good over the ball.
Yeah, nicely played, and a break and run here for Torvin.
Great stuff, great stuff. So, Nina with 2 in a row here, and taking full advantage of her break with a break and run, something that we haven't seen too much of in this semi-final as of yet. And over on the other semi-final, the all-German affair between Tina Vogelmann and Ina Kaplan, well, let me tell you, Ina has brought it back to 4-4. So there's some fireworks over on the other semi-final, and that's being played on table 3. And just a quick look at the men's semi-finals that's taking play while the referee racks them for our 10th rack. Tobias Bongers of Germany trails Daniel Maciel by 7 racks to 4, and Casper Matikainen is still winning against Roman Hibbler, but by 6 racks to 4, and they're playing a race to 9 over on that table. And over on our live stream table, we have Pia Filler, who's on the hill, 6-3, with the cue ball ready to break.
Corner ball down, legal break. How's the 1 going to end up? It's okay, she could have an offensive try here. Thin one, but she will be able to hold the speed up the left long rail if she chooses.
Yeah, and it looks like from where the 5 is positioned, it will only go into the left center as we look at the table from here. And playing this shot, if she can get any shape on the 4 to come around this short rail, she could develop a very nice chance here for herself. She's potted that lovely, and look at that for weight.
Yeah, caught it to the thin side of the pocket, so overran ideal position as far as getting back to the 5 in the left middle.
Yeah, by half a ball, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, any angle going to the right, she would have been okay. She can go 2 rails forward here. 7 could come in line with the cue ball. I think she has to. You can't really draw the cue ball near where the 6 is. Nothing positive is going to happen there.
No, and Pia just taking her extension there. Clearly, she sees the same dangers you do, Eric. She's tried to miss the 7, and she has. How are you for
Great
pace?
shot. Cue ball could be running into the 9, but I believe she can still get the cue ball forward through the 9. Looking good here. Thinking about just avoiding the 9 altogether, drawing it. It's a good play too. Cue ball will still be close enough to the 6.
in for this long 6. Looking to just bring the cue ball back for a shape on the 7. And she's been making these shots today look simple, and it's not stopping. So Eric, we could be seeing our first finalist, and she will be facing in certainty a fellow German in the final if she were to run through here. Pia Filler looking strong and possibly favourite for the final even.
Stroke. Yeah, I would say so as well. Great performance, making her 4th final of the week. Looking to take down her 2nd title.
Well, here we are, Eric. Pia Filler to take a place in the ladies 9-ball final here in Tallinn, Estonia. Pia Filler, ladies and gentlemen. She beats Nina Torvund of Norway by 7 frames to 3 and takes the first place in our ladies final, which I hope will be brought to you in about 35 minutes on Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. And I just wanted to extend a big thank you to you, Eric, for joining me today in the commentating box. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to the final. Thank you ever so much.
Welcome to the final matches of the Predator European Pool Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. After 11 days of play, highs and lows, disasters and triumphs, it's time for the 9-ball finals. Firstly, on table 4, it's the under 23s, and it's an all-German match between, firstly, Dennis Laskowski and he is up against countryman from Germany, Yuma Donner. And on table 3, it's our wheelchair final. Firstly, from Finland, Joni Tati. And joining him, his old adversary, from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. On to table 2 and the decider for the women's gold medal. From Germany, Pia Villa. And also from Germany, Ina Kaplan. Finally, on table 1, it's the men's final. Firstly, from Poland, Daniel Masio. And his opponent tonight from Finland, Casper Matikainen. Your referees in charge of the action. On table 4, Gintaras Petrovas. On table 3, Alan Buyas. On table 2, Toge Tanturas. And table 1, Roman Rakvedov. Players, please land.
Well, hello and welcome to our pool fans joining us from around the world. Welcome to our final day of the 2025 EPBF Predator European Championships. We bring you this live stream from the star-studded Kalevi Hall here in the beautiful city of Tallinn. And you join us for an all-German women's 9-ball final between 4-time finalist Pia Villa and 3-time finalist Ina Kaplan. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the comms box today is my dear colleague, Arya Sarabi. How are you doing, my man?
Good afternoon, Gethin. Good afternoon, everyone watching around the world. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, to decide who will pick up the trophy and call themselves European champion. 52 participants. It's only come down to these 2 women who are not strangers to being in the final. So I'm looking forward to this, Gethin. How do you see this one going?
Well, it may come down to the lag, and Ina Kaplan has won the lag, but just going on the form so far, Pia won the straight pool discipline against Ina, and also won the German with the German team event with Ina, and Ina knocked Pia out in the last 16 of the 10-ball. So this could go either way, and I can tell you from what I've seen so far, both players have been breaking extremely well, but it looks like Ina has given it to Pia. So, first opportunity, clear opportunity for Pia Filler.
So it sounds like 1-1 when it comes to this year's European Championships between the two of them.
And ooh, it looked like it was going to nick the 3 ball there and come over towards the 7 and maybe put Ina in a tricky position, but she's got a clear look at this 1. We'll be looking to choose a good safe position. And yes, Arya, 1-1 and also 1 as a team, so a lot of dynamics in play in this final today. Oh, what a shot by Ina, Arya.
Wonderful shot. And this is a very difficult escape for Pia if she even gets to hit the 1. Might be looking at the Z shot, as we call it. Long reel, and try to hit the 1. But there's a lot that can go wrong there. But I don't think she's got many other options. You
No,
think
she's going to do very well to hit this, to be fair, Arya. A lot of traffic down there, so could come out fortunate, but
maybe
priority.
1 reel. Nope, she played the Z shot. And look, the 1-9 combo seems very inviting indeed. As you can see, Ina is already looking at it, and you know, it's hard to see this one go wrong, actually.
Great camera angle there, Arya. Gives us a beautiful view of this.
Yep, that's a nice quick finish. Every credit to Ina, she played a great hook on the 4 ball there, and she's forced this error, so fair play to her. Nice to get her campaign off.
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of commentating for Pia's semi-final, and one thing Pia did very well throughout that game, and my colleague even mentioned that she was probably turning down good opportunities to do this, but she played some fantastic safeties and really locked her opponent out. The scoreline did sadly reflect that, but to great avail. And if Ina can play her safety game up to the same level, which it looks like, if anyone does not have a legal break and gets back to the table, we could find ourselves with some good safety play and fireworks. So let's see how Pia starts off with her break.
Here's an interesting fact for you, Gething. Ina's first final dates all the way back to 2012, where she reached the final at the Women's 9-Ball Open in Italy. Just goes to show how many years she's been at the top of the game.
Absolutely. And how would you like that break, Arya?
Yeah, I would not like that at all. Just kidding.
Well, useful to point out at this stage, with it being also alternate break in this race to 7, they also have the 3-point rule in play, so even making a ball off the break, they still need to put a further 2 behind the kitchen, and that reduces to 1 if you put another ball, and so on. And if not, it is an illegal break, and your opponent has the choice to continue from that position or give it back to you. However, no such need with Pia's break. Good power, good position on the 1, and made good shape on the 2 for this 4, and she's looking to come on strong from her likewise strong performance in the semis. This is good stuff, Arya.
Yeah, I think it's a fair reflection as we see these two players in the final. Both of them, like I said, well, Pia obviously being a wife of Joshua Filler, she travels the world with him and plays a lot of competitions herself. She's always trying to improve on a game. She's always at the practice table. Same can be said for Ina with her husband. who's also a very fine player. So yeah, I don't think it's a big surprise that these two ladies are in the final, and also have this feeling that they've faced each other's so many times, so this match will feel very familiar for both of them. Interesting though, in the background you could see Ina is not really looking at the table, so I think she's had a specific mental preparation for this match. So it's always interesting to see when a player is not really looking at the table and more trying to focus, maybe a form of meditation if you want to call it that.
Yeah, and it can be quite difficult when you've just come through a team event, playing each other, hugging each other, egging each other on, to have to now be faced in a final where you have to put a very different mental approach to your game on. So Ina, as you mentioned, Arya clearly has a strategy, and it's never easy playing someone who you're so used to playing against.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, because probably there's some sort of friendship and bonds formed over the years, as you would imagine, because you see each other every single tournament. But at the same time, I don't know about you, Gethin, but with me it was always the case when I had to face players that I know inside out. I just always found myself a lot more relaxed. Obviously, that's not a catalyst for you to play lights out, but just the element of not knowing what to expect is completely out of the window, because the player you're facing.
Absolutely, and I tell you something, if you are worried about getting into that situation with your opponent, Pia has just shown us how to shut that one out. What a break and run, and if Pia can keep her breaks to that level of strength and success, Ina's going to have to do likewise, and we are going to get down to the real fine margins in this game, full testament to the level they play at, and Ina's going to look to return the favour here.
I have to say the score has not been updated. In fact, it is 1-0, but on the screen it shows 0-0, so I'm sure that will be figured out at some point.
Yeah, normally up until now the players have been putting the score up themselves. Now I believe it is left to one of our officials here at the Kalevi Hall, and the referee taking a close look at this match, and Ina looking to do exactly the same thing as before, Pia behind the 4-ball as Ina did just now. So as I mentioned, we could be looking at a real good safety battle between these two compatriots.
What a great escape that was. That is some shot. I'll tell you what, if this was in a full crowded arena, she would have definitely got a standing ovation for that one. She can cut this one in the middle pocket if she chooses to play attack. Wasn't interested by going for the attack, but unfortunately this particular safety shot hasn't worked out, and as you can see the one is really close to the pocket. Would be very surprising.
Ina will be disappointed with that, Aya. She had 2 balls to put the 1 ball, the cue ball, behind, and to really leave no shot at all for Pia on this 1 ball, and she's made it in a very good weight. Had to worry about the 9 ball where it was. She's left shape on this 2 ball, and maybe you can help with this, Aya, if that 1 ball goes behind the 7 or not. Yes.
Extension?
Would be a little turn of break. So, good opportunity for Pia here.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're trying to hold and playing with side. The slightest of deviation can really throw the object ball off, like it did there.
Well, Ina with her jump stick, and this is not the easiest. Look. Good jump shot, Aya, but didn't make the pot. Has come fortunate with the cue ball up to the bulk end of the table, and that will make things a little trickier for Pia.
Yeah, she definitely has. Look, Pia's got options here. As you can see, the 7 is close to the corner pocket. It's hard to see the 7 not dropping with any sort of contact. It's not an absolute guarantee, but it's definitely one worth going for. It might be a two-way shot. Look at the cue ball. Ran into the 9. So that was a calculated risk, and she's been rewarded big time there.
Yeah, very much so. And we'll get natural shape to come back up for this 4.
Isn't it interesting getting when sometimes you're forced to play a tough shot by your opponent? It seems like most of the time the play does pull it off, but when you force yourself by a poor positional shot, it feels like statistically you miss it more often. It's a funny one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just how it plays with your mind, and obviously these professionals have such competitiveness around them. You're always wanting to prove not only to yourself but to your opponent that you're that bit better. And Pia's come a little bit low. She's going to have to play a thin cut on this and risk running into the 7, I fear. Well, I think she's done the best she could do there, Aya. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the position of the 7, you'd say, you know, all out for the pot, focus on making the 6. She should always have some sort of a pot on the 7. Doesn't need to do a lot with the cue ball. Just make sure you pot the 6 here. Just like so.
Yeah, she has done, and just needs to
Having
negotiate.
said that,
Yeah.
she's landed absolutely plumb. It's thin cuts either way. It's either in the center pocket or a corner. She is looking at the corner pocket.
Oh, she's played that delightfully, Aya.
Awesome shot. If this is anything to go by, then this final will be heating up nicely. I have to say, good play, strong play by both of them.
Well, Arya, the scoreboard has been updated, and this is going to go 2-1 to Pia, and that was our first rack against the break, so I believe that's the case, and that will give Pia a chance to take a 3-1 lead if she repeats the break and run. And over on our other table is the final being played between Daniel Maciel and Matti Kainen, the Finnish player. And I will bring you some updates from that table, but please don't move an inch. Yeah. 2-1 in front, race to 7 with the break.
Let's see how this layout will pan out.
She's made 2, and the 7 has crossed the line.
I'll tell you what though, the 4 crept right in between the gap of the 5 and the 9, and now it's looking like a very decent layout. If she can pot this 2 with a nice piece of cueing, she could be off to extend her lead. Not a lot of problems at the table right now, Gethin.
No. And with that confident pot, she has opened up this opportunity very nicely and looking to pounce on her last rack, breaking Ina's server, so to speak. And I have to say, this was what we were witnessing in the semi-finals, and it's very reminiscent.
Yeah, and it has to be said, if you look at the technical side of her game, Pia, you know, she's got it all right, and you look at it, there's not a lot that can go wrong. If you look at her stroke, nice pause at the front, also nice pause at the back, and just accelerates through the cue ball. So it's a testament, like I said before, she does put in the hours. She and her husband, Joshua, they truly live the professional life. They travel around the world for all the events, play a lot of pool tournaments, so yeah, you can see that at the table. It's looking really sharp.
Indeed, Arya, and the level that both these ladies, and in fact most of the field, have been playing at, you get to find that the alternate break has been playing such a big role in being able to shift momentum, and it can come down to who makes most legal and continues their break. Here looks like she's doing exactly that, which asks so many questions of Ina when she steps up to break, so Ina's going to have to respond, and that may have to be against Pia's break. So this is very promising stuff for the fillers.
She's without questioning laying down the gauntlet. It's very clear that she is in form.
Yep, this is her 4th final of the event, Ina's 3rd, and Pia Filler takes this 9 ball to take a 2-rack advantage in this race to 7, and she leads by 3 racks to 1. And just having a quick look over at our other table, we have the match being played between Poland's Daniel Masio and Finland's Casper Matikainen, and Casper has got a 2-1 lead there, but I can see Daniel getting out of his chair there, and Daniel has had a fantastic tournament. He's not really got the results at the end, but he was definitely a few of our commentators' picks for the tournament, and he's going to want to deliver against Casper there. I'm sure Casper will have other words. So, Arya, we have Ina at the table, and if you feel like something needs to happen, this is going to be the time to do it.
Yeah, just based on the complexion of the match so far, not a lot that Ina's done wrong, by the way, but you know, Pia is looking really sharp. She's well up for this. As you've just alluded to, her 4th final just goes to show that she is the woman to beat in this field.
Ooh.
Illegal break though.
Yeah, you saw that, ladies and gentlemen, that she made a ball off the break, but sadly she didn't make 2 balls behind the line. And as I was alluding to earlier, Arya, the level these girls play at, it can be down to the finer margins, and with that rule in play, break seems right a part of it, and as we've seen with all the 9, 10, and 8 ball disciplines, the alternate break has really kept it shaken up a little bit. Pia's got shape on this too. She's having a little look at, does the 3 pass up past the 6?
Time. Extension.
She's just called her extension for this. Probably these 2 balls are key for opening up a pattern, so rightly taking her extension for this shot. So if it did pass the 6, which it looks very tight like it doesn't, she's taking on this pot to the center pocket, and the cue ball well, I thought the cue ball was going to slide past the 4. She's just taken a chunk of it, and that's made running out a little bit more difficult, but looking to play a good safety behind the 9 ball here, and that she has done. Aya, how do you like that?
Yeah, that is a great shot. She's actually forced Ina to play at least off 2 rails, and I'm not gonna say this is a hidden hope, but you know, she has to play it with a certain speed to, you know, give herself the best chances to leave it safe, if that is even possible. Oh, well, look at this, look at this.
Where's it going?
She's hit it. And I tell you what, I mean, this is a tricky one. Either you play the combination 4 directly into the 5, you could even play a carom out of the 7. No, sorry, that is not really on. So it has to be 4 to the 5.
Ooh. However, that cue ball has crept into a delicious position for Pia, and Ina has faced with what looks like a really difficult jump, because the cue ball has got a bit of distance between herself and it. So we'll see a little bit of gymnastics here. This is a tricky shot, Aya, and you were right. Pia's not left Ina with many opportunities. This one by a bit more luck. However, that's a foul shot. The referee in there quickly, Aya.
Yeah, it's always, I think, fitting, you know, for any final to have a referee. Oh, I'm a bit surprised. I thought she could attack here, but she's not really, she's not even contemplating that, because she can clearly put the 4 past the 6, you know, and roll the cue ball upwards, but she feels like the safety, which really does look like a guarantee, would give her a better opportunity. Don't know about that one, Gethin. And I would have thought she would push the 4 more upwards than she's done right now. I don't think, you know, will struggle to hit the 4 here.
Possibly not. I think Pia sacrificed knowing where the 4 was going to end up by really keeping the cue ball tight to the 9. 1 rail escape.
Well, it remains to be seen whether that decision will come back to haunt her. You know, in general, I have this philosophy that if you can attack and you have a good chance and you opt not to, in an odd way, I know it sounds a bit superstitious, you're exuding fear, you know, fearful energy. Whereas if you go out there to attack the balls, you know, usually you tend to create a lot of opportunities. I don't know about you, but that's just my philosophy about the approach of the game.
The philosophy of a champion, are you? Of course. And however, there may be an element of respect. You know, we have alluded to how much table time these girls have shared together, and as you also alluded to, Aya, she has been, as in the semi-final, making sure she's not giving an inch to Ina, and in doing so, well, it worked in the semi-finals, so I can't imagine that she feels it's going to not work now. And are we witnessing the dividends of such? That cue ball is running on, though. Aya, hold your horses.
Yeah, this is right in between, actually. There is a case to say she'd be better off to take on the bank, because if she wants to cut this one back in the left center pocket, she can't really control the cue ball. Is she playing safe? Yes, she is.
Ooh.
Yep. I might sound like a broken record, but I really felt that when she had ball in hand on the 4, I didn't really understand why she didn't opt for the attack, because there was no problems left at the table. Sometimes, you know, the layout is such where you have to solve a problem, then, you know, it makes sense, but it seemed like she could really just clear up. Like I said, at that time, could it come back to haunt her? What a shot that is.
What a shot, Aya.
Still not out of the woods just yet. This one needs equally amount of focus and dedication.
And Ina has not had many clear-cut chances at all so far.
I do like playing these type of shots with running side, you know. It just makes the putting angle a little bit easier. What a great couple of shots he's pulled out there. Well, you know, I'm not going to repeat myself, but I thought that was a slight error in judgment, and so far Ina has pulled one back, so well poised. 3-2 behind, still a lot of pool to be played.
Yeah, and clearly a lot of people watching this match at the Kalevi Hall. You could hear a good applause coming out from the background there. And just looking over at the other live stream final, the men's 9-ball final between Poland's Danny Maciel and Casper Matikainen. Casper has taken now a 3-1 lead, so keeping Daniel at bay. And that was a race to 9 over on our table. We're playing a race to 7, and a real good last 2 balls for Ina and Aya. You may be onto something, sir. Hopefully Pia will put that to bed, and I have to slightly go not against the grain, but knowing how Pia played in the last match in the semi-final, she really did use her safety play to great success, and if she's feeling that that's the order of the day, I'm not going to knock her for it, but I do understand there is a bit of a psychological game to play within there. However, Pia Filler to break, she's 3-2 up. Race to 7.
That is a very good break. And a legal one.
But has that 4 scuppered the 2?
Yes, absolutely, sure. She does need a good combination. 2 to the 4.
Yeah,
it's the key shot in this rack.
It is a makeable one. Where's the cue ball going to go after the 2, Aya?
I think she can control the 2 ball. I think it's just making the 3 is the main concern. Yeah, lovely shot. So, although the other one, the previous rack slipped from her, I think she can easily set things straight here. When I say easily, she still needs to pot these remaining 6 balls, but she looks to be favorite for my money.
I think all in all, Pia has certainly come to this final with the stronger break, and more importantly, has the ability to close out these break. And if you don't get a legal break or pot a ball, and you let your opponent get out of their chair, a lot can happen in 9-ball. It's fast and it's furious.
Yeah.
Pia just
Maybe
needs
just
to... Yeah. Go
Maybe
on,
just
Aya.
play position center table, because she would always be guaranteed to have a pot at the 6, and also just a comfortable angle on the 6. Doesn't need to do anything too advantageous with the cue ball. A little bit thicker than you would have expected, but she's still comfortable on the 6. She's got options here. You'd like to think that she would go around the back of the 9, the right side of the 9, as we look at it. Well, it looks like she's topping this one, so probably she's going to pass the 9 over the left side.
Yep, and she's left herself a nice angle just to check into the long rail, Aya. And this is very dominating when you can break and run like this. And I just noticed, in contrast to earlier in the match, Ina was just looking at the play on the table there. Oh, not now. So, Pia, a 2-rack lead here in this ladies 9-ball final, and formidable if you were to ask me, Aya. I think that is a very big shot across the bow for Ina.
Absolutely. A very nice and smooth break and run. I think Ina's taking a timeout, so we'll get some time to yeah, she's gone, so I'll be back with you within a minute.
No problem, and we will just, during that minute, have the ability to just look at the other live stream final, the men's 9-ball final on our final day here at the European Pool Championships. It's been a great tournament with lots of disciplines, and we've had men's, we've had ladies, we have also finals being played right now, the wheelchair event and the under-23s event. And there is some talent in and around them games as well. You may be able to pick up a few in the background as we have a little look at Casper, who was in a 3-1 lead, and he is at the table now. So, however, Daniel Maciel has brought it back to 3-2. But please don't go away. Ina has taken her time out, and as we look at the star-studded Kalevi Hall, although I mentioned this is our final day here for the EPBF European Pool Championships Predator, we have a 1-day break, and then we are back on fast and furious for the Euro Tour, and we are looking forward to be bringing you matches live with commentating. And if you are enjoying this final today and you're enjoying the commentating that's coming with it, please do like and subscribe to the Pro Billiard TV's channel, and if you fancy it, please share it too. And looks like Casper in the bottom of our screen is taking control of this rack, and I have to say, if and when Arya returns, this is one of the prettiest views I've seen of a pool tournament in a long time, with the stars all around. It's very relaxing and very, very good on the eyes. And after that wonderful break and run by Pia Filler to take 4-2, Ina Kaplan is now at the table to break in this race to 7 ladies 9-ball final. Oh, the 9 was tracing towards the corner pocket, and I'm not sure it's a legal break either, so maybe wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I believe it was, Gethin. And you were right, the previous rack, you know, of the two players, Pia has definitely been breaking better. And just overall, the entire game is looking really sharp, which shouldn't be a surprise considering this is her 4th final in her campaign in this year's European Championships.
And the only discipline where Pia really had the upset was in the final that she played against Yasmin Ushan, and again two of the strongest players in the final there. So our viewers and our fans and the audience at the Kalevi Arena, they're all been treated to some of the highest caliber that Europe has to offer. And Pia finds herself on a little testy cut into this corner pocket. The 8-ball may, and all the pocket, may cause a bit of trouble here. Oh, and timing as ever, the referee calls the warning to Pia, so Pia calls her extension now, just getting back to the table and getting comfy. Well, she's played that very well. However, she's left with the most obvious pocket, having a 8-ball in front of it. As we look from that position, the 9 is clearly in the way for the opposite corner, so may take on the combination. It's a tricky one, Arya.
Yeah, I thought she was going to play the safety. The 3 bounced a little bit further than she would have anticipated. So it's going to be a small jump here for Ina. Really, all she needs to do is get over the edge of the 9 to try and pot this combination. So it's a jump combination.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did that call for time just disrupt the shot a little? You always think it might play a little role in that.
It very well may have, Gethin, but nevertheless, she could be facing a 5-2 deficit.
Well, I think that's what Pia is hoping for, and she certainly started that journey off well. Little perhaps straight, but it's difficult to tell from this angle. However, I can tell you it's a long stretch for Pia. She's got a Q extension out here. There's a little angle. Oh.
Let me ask you this, Gethin. If you was Ina's coach and she'd taken a timeout, although she has already, but let's just like a hypothesis, what would you have told her to change, if anything needed change?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't know if there would be a case for asking Ina to fight fire with fire and start putting Pia in the most trickiest of spots, and maybe start to turn the momentum that way. However, I'll keep coming back to it. This alternate break just seems to have the ability to snuff out momentum shifts a little bit quicker, especially when the opponent is breaking so well and able to get good shape for these opportunities. So maybe fight fire with fire, Arya, but I'm not too sure that Pia will give Ina the chance if she gets her way today.
Yeah, fair comment. I mean, we mustn't forget Pia has been playing really well. In the previous rack she ran out on her break. It seems like she's gonna clear up here as well, take a 5-2 lead. That's a very commanding lead considering it's a race to 7, so just 2 racks away if she, which I'm sure she will, pots this 9.
And that she does, very convincingly, and asking a few more questions of Ina here. And unfortunately there are no breaks to go and have a chat with your coach, so Ina is going to be her own best advisor at this stage, and I'm not too sure what she had to say to herself, but she's going to need to have a good opportunity at the table and to grip the bull by both horns and take what she gets. But either of them are not really giving up too much, but Pia just seems to be taking her opportunities better and more convincingly and consistently, and up until this point that's been the difference in this match, Arya, to me.
Yeah, for sure. I think she's just literally made one error, which came from a very good safety shot by Ina. And yeah, I argued her shot selection in one of the racks when she had ball in hand, but you know, if that's the only 2 mistakes she's made, I mean, she's playing a very solid set so far. Nothing you can take away from her. Let's have a look at the break. This one she hits a bit thinner. Is the legal break though, because the 3, yes it is. Yeah, she spotted 2 balls, so
Yeah, exactly. Good spot, Arya. And this is a tester, but you feel...
just want to have a... Oh, look at the 5, yeah. So this rack could be done within 3 pots. Look at the 5 and a 9. Get in. You'd almost be tempted to say it's impossible to miss that one. The only thing that could go wrong, well, she's bounced enough of the cushion to cross over the cue ball pretty much where it is now. Anywhere in the vicinity of where she is now would be more than enough to put herself on the hill within 3 shots. What a way to get on the hill, mind you.
Absolutely, Arya. I mean, she's giving it some close attention there, but I feel it really just needs Pia to make a solid pot on this 3. And you could be bang on the money today, Arya. Ooh, needs a bounce. Did she get it?
It's tough to say.
Oh, that's on the edge of the seat stuff. I think if she hasn't, Arya, she will only need to nubble over the edge, and then it's a case of how plumb is the combination and will throw coming to effect. A little bit more difficult to control it with the jump stick. Not so much for these professionals, however, at
The
a
only
difficulty.
the only thing I could possibly see go wrong is the cue ball. Look at the cue ball. Look at the cue ball.
Oh,
That is very unfortunate, has to be said. But you know, with the same token, she did leave herself with a bit much to do with her positional shot on the 3. Subsequently, failed to leave herself a clear-cut shot on the 5 and 9 combo, and this has been the outcome ever since. You know, if you're Ina, she would be delighted to be at the table. Didn't really look all too promising when Pia broke off with the layout she had.
no, absolutely, and she'll really be looking to tuck this one away and bring the deficit back to 2 racks, which then looks a lot more achievable.
Nothing to do with the cue ball here, just fire the 8 in with a stop shot, a stun shot as we call it. There you go. What a important passage of the final.
Absolutely,
Could this prove to be a turning point? Remains to be seen. 3-5.
Yeah, good shout, Aya. Could this turn out to be a pivotal point? And as you mentioned that, I just wanted to have a look out. I mentioned we have all the 9-ball finals going on out in the Kalevi Arena right now, and just an update on the under-23s. They're playing a race to 9 in the 9-ball, and it's an all-German affair again between Denis Laskowski and Yuma Dorna, and Dennis has taken a 5-3 lead there. That's over on table 4. And in the wheelchair discipline, we have Finland's Juni Tati has taken a convincing 5-0 lead over Henrik Larsson. And we'll just keep you updated as to that. All the matches there looking like it's going fast and furious, and on the main table, while we watch the referee rack this 9-ball, on the other TV table in the men's final, Daniel Massiel's mounting a comeback. Casper Matikainen leads by 4-3, but here on our stream we have Ina Kaplan bringing it back to 5-3, and she has the break, Aya. Race to 7.
Yeah, in all honesty, ever since the start of the match, Ina hasn't had a nice layout after the break, so she desperately wants a chance of her break, and so far that has let her down a bit.
Yeah, it has. I don't think Pia has the cut on here. No, it doesn't look like it from here, but as you and I both know, from what we've witnessed so far today, Pia has been playing great safety play, and there's a lot of traffic down here.
Yeah, smart shot and a nice control of the object ball. Also just goes to show that, you know, she's got the pace of the table.
Yeah, and that 7 just may force Ina to have to put a little bit more side on this cue ball.
She's probably gonna hit the one off the back of the short rail, so technically this would be a 2-rail kick shot. The kick and stick, well, she hit it full, and she's not been fortunate. She's definitely left Pia with options here.
Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna attack, considering the position of the 2.
Yeah, Aya, you're right on the money there. And Pia has really come into this 9-ball tournament with a clear strategy from her safety perspective, and it clearly is working so far. And must be very frustrating for your opponent when you're not going to get many looks at all.
Yeah, what I would say is every time she's been in a situation where maybe she could have, taken a bit more time to map out a attacking plan, she's never been hesitant to play a good snooker or a good hook. So it also just indicates that she's thinking very clear, she's very focused out there, and it shows, right? When you look at the two of the two players, regardless of the score line, she looks the more confident of the two.
Yeah, she's just stretching over that 3 there, but from that camera angle that we had, you could see that 2 ball has a chance of passing the 3 there, and Pia's given it the eye and clearly has played for it, so that's a tight pathway for the ball to take.
It has to decide whether she wants to nudge into the 8 gently. Me personally, I'd love to stay off the 8, because you could push it towards the rail and then tie up the 5. So if you can just screw past the 8, you leave yourself a nice angle on the 3. Ooh. So it was tight.
Yeah, clearly, and I think she may have had certainly not the whole pocket there. But how's your luck, are you?
Yeah, that's always the case, right? As the famous saying goes, it never rains when it pours.
Maybe she can flick an edge? She did. And where's the cue ball going?
Straight into the corner pocket.
Well, that is an unfortunate sign and stroke of luck for Ina, but it was a bit of stroke of luck for Pia, just getting the cue ball in that position. However, there was an edge.
Absolutely.
But Pia will have both her eyes widening here at the prospect of getting 1 foot into the win here by getting to the hill, and it's looking good, Arya.
Absolutely. Look, I must admit, I've been fortunate to do commentary on other matches throughout the day, but the display I'm seeing right now, she could have easily even beaten some of the guys in the men's division, because she's playing really solid. Not a lot of mistakes being made throughout the match, and it just doesn't feel like she's about to mess up at some point. It just all looks very solid, very convincing. Even here, it's hard to see how this could possibly go wrong, or have I jinxed her? Oh boy.
Well,
oh boy.
We had to have it at least once, and thankfully, Arya, it came to you. I've been trying to be as careful as possible, and forever in a day, I would have imagined Pia to have popped the cue ball out lovely there. However, we do have our first real twist of events, both in the commentating box and on the table. And where's the cue ball? Ooh, is that a sign of which way the luck's been going the last few racks? I don't know. Even the 6 has gone funny. Oh, Ina. Well, she is at the table, so has the initiative. She just had a little look at this 6-7 from the other end. I'm wondering if she hits it really hard. Is she hoping that one of them will track towards a pocket? I think she's looking at the edge now, Arya. And that is the thinnest of edges. And as we saw in our last attempt, when that cue ball starts travelling, anything can happen. Oh, lovely. How's your pace? And where is... Oh. I think she's unlucky there, Arya. I think that 6 ball was destined to stay behind the 9, and she's just hit it a bit hard. And I have to say, with the form we've seen from Pia, I wouldn't put it past her that she pots this. However, she also likes her safety play. Keeps us on edge in the commentating booth, though, and that's what we like, Arya. Wow. I think she's played that in such a way that there was a good chance she'd leave it safe. Wasn't an easy pot, but clearly felt there was value in going for it. How can Ina respond? Oh. Yeah. Well, Aya, she responds by leaving Pia a good shot on this 6 ball. And
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think when you look at the complexion of the match, it's always felt like Ina, well, not apart from the beginning, but it's always felt like she was one step behind Pia. She's, I don't know, she's been literally dominating this match, which is funny that the scoreline is only a gap of 2 racks.
well, like we alluded to earlier, there's the alternate break which does come into effect and can keep things a little bit more even keel. However, I would say that Pia has certainly had the better breaks and the better form, and possibly some of the better strokes of luck. However, you make your own luck. And are we looking at Pia Filler? Get to the hill, are you?
Yeah, I don't see her missing this. Maybe once in 150 times.
Ho 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 ho! And there we have it. We have Pia Filler on the hill in the European Pool Championships 9-ball final, and it looks like Pia's just taken her 5-minute timeout to have a little composure time, and I don't blame her one bit. It's a final, and as comfortable as she's looking out there, there is no need to not use it and to not take advantage of it, and that does give us in the box a little bit more chance to look at the other tables. And before we go to the men's final, I just wanted to check in on, it looks like in the wheelchair we have Unitati 5-1 up against Henry Glassen, and the wheelchair in the under 23 is Dennis Laskowski against Yuma Dorner, and Dennis is up 5-3 in that all-German affair. And just bringing it back to the men's table, as you're looking at there, looks like Daniel Massiel has taken a break, and he is facing Casper Matikainen. Both players doing ever so well to get to the final there, and having to defeat some of the toughest opposition we have got in Europe. And it looks like Casper has maintained his lead there, but Daniel is only now 1 frame behind at 5-4. So by the scheme of things, Daniel is clawing back at Casper. And clearly, he's using his break to get some composure as well. And all good stuff. All matches still underway, so please stay with us while we just wait for Pia Filler to take her break in her 4th final at the events here in Tallinn, Estonia, the European capital of sport, Aya, and not just all sport, especially for pool, as in 2 days' time you will have the beginning of the Euro Tour at the same event, playing on these Predator Arc tables with the Simonis Cloth, the Aramith Balls, our other sponsors, Longoni and the Kamui Brand. And again, a big thanks to Predator, not only for putting this event on, but for being able to stream these live and free to you all around the world. And we've had some great feedback in the chat rooms. We've had some great factoids, some good questions. It's really an absolute pleasure to have something so interactive and get everyone involved. It's not always easy getting to these tournaments, especially just to watch. And so being able to watch them from home, and also for the players and us to watch back at our own leisure, as they are all there to search and find on the Pro Billiard TV website. We look at Pia Filler on the hill to break Aya. 6-3. 9-ball final.
Illegal break.
And that is not a legal break. So Ina gets a rare opportunity off the Pia break. Unfortunately, the cue ball is in the trickiest of positions, and she's threading the Predator rest there through the eye of a needle. And she's looked to play safe, but could have come up a bit short. The level of difficulty on the rest there, in the position she was in, was high. And it looks like Pia has a very good look at this 2-ball. Just want to apologize to our viewers. My colleague is having a little issue with the mic, which he's getting sorted now.
I'm here.
Yeah, I was a little worried for a second, because this is heating up, are you?
I was just watching in silence.
So, a rare chance for Ina off Pia's break just now. And now, in a quick turn of events, Ina in the position that she's been finding herself in many occasions today.
You think she can make this combination?
Oh, I don't. Oh,
it's like a two-way shot.
There's a number of combinations going on there. I didn't know she could pop the 2 and then the 5 hits the 9 and it goes in the same pocket. It's one of them Mike Massey trick shots from the 80s.
Yeah, but look, if she wants to, let's say she wants to play the carom of the 9, automatically she has to hit the 9 pretty thin. But if she does doing so, she could also pot the 9. So this could be over within one shot here.
That's a great shot, Aya. Let's have a look.
It could be over within one shot.
Wow!
Yeah, what a climax to this final. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary and the live action as we see Pia Filler for the umpteenth time pick up the trophy and crown herself the European champion 9-ball. On behalf of myself and my esteemed colleague Gethin, we thank you for your attention and Hope to see you back shortly with the other events, and let's not forget the Euro Tour is coming up this weekend, so there's a lot of pool to be played. For now, thank you for your time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please stay around. We're going to have the award ceremonies for the teams and the 9-ball. It will be starting in approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Can I ask all medalists in the teams and the 9-ball to make yourself known to the head referees down here. They will show you where to be. A few minutes and we'll start the award ceremony.
the top of the spell?
Like this?
Yes. No, it's round. It's round.
Yeah, but you have to say sorry.